Hello, I am Brenda Jean Power. This is Woman Soultion. And all those strange noises, it wouldn't be real, would it? You have to hear it. You have to understand it is life. Now, interestingly enough, did I wake up as me this morning? Hello, I am Brenda Jean Power. This is Woman Soultion. And all those strange noises. Yeah, no. Life is funny. I woke up and I've told you before, it's like when you wake up and before you download the 90% of the thoughts you had the day before, or the patterns or the theme or the programs that you're doing, you have a choice. And when you wake up and you're like, oh my God, where am I? Who is this? Who's next to me in bed? Oh my God, what? Ah! Okay, so you reach it in fear. Well, this time I woke up and I'm like, I'm here. But it was weird. I could feel I was 100% me, but I also knew I wasn't me. Usually that means energies and things like that can throw you off. A thought, a concept, you can become a concept. It's really weird, but yes, you can. And you can get lost in it, and your hormones and chemical peptides will address you in that fashion. So if I'm thinking about a person too much, I will actually proxy and become that person. If I am thinking about a negative thinking, a negative thought, a negative something, I can become that negative state and lose who I truly am, which is my authentic self. Okay. But I got up and I thought, huh? What? And I said, oh, I got to do some tracking. Something feels weird. Now, before I went to bed last night, Spirit says, you've heard of grounding. And I said, yeah. Well, how about skying? They go, what do you mean? They go, did you ever check your connection to the sky? I said, yeah, my access, connecting to my source. They go, no. What about skying? I'm like, oh, if you really think about Earth and you think about sky, I thought, whoa. And they said, do you remember? And they started to give me details. Now, one of the things is that if you start reading the blogs that they're having me come through, you'll be able to see the behind the veil like I see. You'll start seeing how the glossary works, words work together. You'll be able to see how this type of thinking can help wake you up to your authentic self. And the same for what's happening in tribal. It's turning around so that you can start learning and sharing and growing and healing. Whereas in authentic class, it's going to be really detailed, but not that detailed you can't get it. It's about redefining what it means to be a human, but how to be a spiritual human, which is what you were. So a lot has happened. So last night I did a particular healing because they said, you've known for years that it's always been about the gallbladder meridian, about receiving, and about how it's yang energy and how it's off and how you sometimes can't put up enough barrier, but it's also about decisions. And I'm like, yeah. And they said, it's connected to the disconnection that you have, not complete disconnection. So that's why they didn't really want to use that word. So I'm like, okay. Then I started to write this morning. I put skying ? So last night I made sure I used the healing tool that I have, and it isn't hope therapy or anything like this. It's a repulsion compatibility one, which resets the way you are. And I felt really good and I slept solid. I mean, I think I got up and went to the bathroom once. Oh, and I could feel my nerves really were soaking in something different. I drank a ton of water and I thought, oh, maybe it's just that I'm dehydrated. Now, ego usually likes to say, it's this. But they'll pull me back and say, no, it's not the obvious. It's more something that you can't see. So I started writing. My nerves have to do with a cluster memory. This is why it's not about going back to just age 3, or it has to do with that person, this person, that person on the outside. It's had to do with cluster memories. And they said a lot of dark nights, a lot of program. I'm not me. And they said it's about I'm a girl. And it was like, what? And this can lead back to, you've heard of ancestral curses. Well, if you break down the topic of ancestral and look at the code and you look deeper into the code is gender curses. Okay. Culture curses. Okay. So in your ancestral, there is a breakdown. And I said, okay. And they said, well, this is where you're doing a decomp. So you have a normal, healthy body. A decomp or a composition is when you get a stone in your shoe and you start to use other muscles other than the whole self. And then over time, your body sets a benchmark, changes the way the DNA expresses. And then the body starts doing what's called like a decomposing. So it's changing the composition again, but this becomes the new you, but it doesn't have no rhyme, no reason. It's just that it's there on a spiritual aspect. So when you have the recipe to life, the physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, this is a spiritual issue. It's not, well, you could say it's physical, but take ego out of it. Listen to your spirit, your authentic self. And I started to notice that that's why they said it was a cluster memory. It wasn't nesting, it was clustered. It was the way our brain stores information, like gestalt memories, with certain emotions go here. This was a clustered memory. And I want, okay. So when I get up, sometimes I don't talk. My friend Amy will write me and I'll send a little thing. I just don't talk. I will be in that space. And so I started writing. Where did my happy go? What was going on? The hysterical energy around me. This is awkward. This is lofty. These are the way the parents were. This is how my nerves, and this is part of my theme. Now, on the outside of your aura, there's what's called the theme. You go in a little bit further, probably about the third, it's a morphogenic field. So there's a replication process that occurs, but the outside is a theme. And just understand themes have colors. So just wait until you hear this. Really going in on how I'm incompatible with certain energy fields and behaviors. I'm like, okay, there's that boundary, the way the energies were out of sync. And they said, this goes with the theme of, I don't deal with people. I can't deal with people, or it represents a person, but it's also animals, different groups, but it's a certain signature that they're referring to. So I go a little bit further, and they said this all has to do with how I'm balancing the karma of action. I just lived in one side, which made the karma go boom, meaning karma out of balance. People say, oh, karma's such a bitch, it'll just get you. It's not. I want you to rise higher on that thinking. Karma, this is why when I teach a karma class, you're going to understand it's not the same as how other people see karma. You are responsible for your karma. And you'll see when you start to learn with me. So I got this whole list. I mean, it's a list, all right. And they said, no, I'm not asking you to heal. I want you to notice what you did last night and what's happening this morning. Okay, so when I'm working with spirit, which is the other thing I do, is I help teach you to do that. Then, so today it was felt like I woke up. I feel me, but not me. I feel different. I feel weird and chesty, not boobs. I'm talking about sick, congestion, stuff like that, a chesty throat. And then and I didn't say nothing. I have people that are writing me that about that subject, feeling weird, chesty. Okay, these are sticking out now. My husband gets up because I feel a little chesty today. And I'm like, what's going on with the chest area? The heart. Okay, the ability to speak, the energy that goes this way on the lymphatics is that protection of the central meridian, which is part of the joy flows. So what congestion is actually a filter that's causing me not to see? So every morning I wake up, for the last 3 days, there's a honeybird outside. He's the honey eater, but anyway, he's a little one, a little yellow on him. And he'll come up and smack my window. And I thought, oh, you okay? The first time, This time I'm looking, and he just come in, dink, and then walked and just flew away. Like, and then Spirit said, "Do you remember what you said the other day?" I said, "Yeah, my windows were dirty. I need to clean them." Well, what does the metaphysical meaning of windows? I'm like, an opportunity to see life differently. If my filters are dirty, just like congestion, I'm not going to see the world in a very spiritual human way. I can't do the I am very healthy. I would do an I am through all the filters. And then they said, good, good, good. So now I have somebody that came in and asked me certain questions. Now, normally I don't answer them. I will answer it on the show, or I will have a session with them. But this was all about clues. I mean, Spirit had lined up, Spirit answered. I line up, it's obvious, it's seen at my face. Instead of me going, wonder what this is, or God, they're annoying, which is all about ego, it was, I feel a pattern. Just like when I woke up this morning, I feel a pattern. Now, depending where you're at, it's 10:10. That means a gate, a portal has opened. Okay. Now, again, I didn't realize this. As a Spirit, I have my one friend. I wonder where she gets her memes from that has to do with the planets. And boom, she gave me the answer. I didn't ask her. Spirit made her, hey, send this to Brenda. Now, you'll know why once you see how everything starts to bleh, is actually lined up to tell the story. So this dream that will remain anonymous, it was very important that I see this. Let me find where the dream was. And they were, just to give you a build up, they were having a rough day, and they just were, the emotions were changing, and, but the dream. Now, it's interesting because it was more or less a vision. Now, a vision and a dream and all of these things, we're not going to break them down, but we're going to say, Spirit, teach us what it is. So in this case, it was very interesting that it was played out like a movie. It taps in our sensory system that shows you deeper of how it is that you're hooked into this. Like, for instance, if it's a still picture versus a moving picture, you may like one versus the other. So sometimes when you're dreaming, you'll get streamlined with something that is more aligned to you. But if it's out of sync, that picture or a moving screen, whichever doesn't feel good, that is used to help to show you where you need to wake up. Okay, so the dream was different animals were flashing in front of me. Okay, so they're saying out front, in front, right here. They were white and had a white morning star flashing with each one. When they turned into, then they turned into a beautiful silver like diamonds. Okay, and you're thinking, it sounds like really short. What could it be? Well, this is where it gets interesting. When you look at animals, it represents your own physical characteristics. And we have these primal energies that we're supposed to be born with. Not primitive. Primitive, I mean, it is primitive desires as well. Okay, you have those primitive desires that you want, but there's also primal, which has to do with, are those 6 S's, safety, security, stability, sanity, serenity, and space, balanced? Okay. So the animals represents those characteristics, how you behave, which untamed or uncivilized aspect of yourself is ready to be looked at, what's going on. Now, understand, I said untamed and uncivilized. Okay, there's a difference between being wild and domestic. The more domesticated the animal is, the more it's going to have, I'd like to say, more human characteristics of issues. Whereas a one in a wild can release the traumas and dramas to go back to the original state. So I'm really seeing different levels here. The white represents the purity, perfection, innocence, cleanliness, awareness. Now they were feeling like crap and they were crying, so they were cleansing. Okay. But it also can refer to as a clean blank slate. Remember, that's the color white. So the stars can represent success, aspiration, high ideals, or putting yourself in a decision, say, hey, Spirit, thank you very much for helping me. So just putting your hands in faith. But this is where it gets a little bit more interesting, because the morning star is a Venus, okay? And it'll like be the first thing that appears. It's about love and adoration. It's the way it governs your personality, of your taste, the way your sensory system picks up. It shows your values with relationships, finances, with everything. So there's a changing of some values, changing of some relationship. And the planet can actually influence through your creativity and provides people with divine feminine energy. Spirit says, you getting it? And I says, yes. And the more I'm looking at that is I know that the divine feminine energy has really been strong. We're coming back, what's called, we separated yin and yang, and then you heard the fall of everything that's happening in the separation of spirit and form, putting spirit into the sky and putting, physical into form. So you got science and you got religion. And it kind of helped and developed to form our opinions so we can find out what we're not, to find out what we are. And I know that the divine feminine is coming in. Now, just recently in July, I did what's called the diamond activation or attunement, because we have geometrical shapes of diamonds. And they are very important to understand. So we have a top one and a bottom one, and then we have thousands of them, and then it uniquely makes a diamond on the outside with all these facets. So the top one can be that you don't feel independent, you don't feel grounded, you don't feel able to do certain things. You have to rely on somebody else to keep you safe or something like this, okay? But you feel safe, but everybody else is like, whoa, why didn't you learn discernment? Well, why are you letting that person do? Then if you don't have a top one, you have a bottom one. The bottom one is more paranoid. You are more nervous, and this one is like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, and you're just looking out. And so what happens? Okay, so these points are all of these lessons that we're meant to learn. Now, in the dream, the diamonds represent and signify wholeness of self, which what I see is the diamond of self. So when I'm holding a pad, when I'm holding space for you, and I already see you whole, a diamond will represent that. Okay, when I see part of the diamond missing, I can actually say, aha, yin or yang. I can look a little bit further, but we're not here to learn that. We will learn that, but not today. So when you think of diamonds, are you finding clarity that what matters to you? Or is it cloudy? What's happening? Is your values changing? Are you letting more of the feminine in? Because gender, male or female, the gender part of ancestral curses has been, we're not able to be whoever we choose to come in as. Doesn't matter about vagina or penis. There is this part of you that's uniqueness of your authenticity within yourself. We're not really allowed to express that. I've seen so many people had to cut out, especially men. You can't be creative like that because that's girly. And that was considered wrong. Don't show emotions. And the way that we study the brain, you can actually see that the woman is more apt to be more emotional because that's how she was designed. But that doesn't mean that a man can't. We've been told to shut things off. But it's coming back online. This is what that portal is about. So just go a little bit further when we talk about this morning star. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that there's stories about angels and falling and this and that, but I got to get you to understand the unevolved man. Now, just recently, I wrote a blog on the number 6, which is love. And 666 is, I want you to get rid of religion. I want you to understand that represents the unevolved man, not penis. I'm talking about representation of mankind, humankind. You understand? We have to return to love Now, usually 666 in aspect is the increasing amounts of love. But we have all these different opinions that were set in stone, said this is truth. And everybody started fighting over what is beliefs and values. And we started to see that we were in different paradigms. We were starting to see that we were in different levels of consciousness, our growth. And self-actualization is leveling up, becoming the best version of you that you were the day before. So you still with me? So this dream this person has been so huge because the color silver, which I find it interesting that I represent green. Green has been healing, green because I have an emerald energy body. Green represents the next level that's on the planet. And blue was for many years, or millenniums, I guess, but now it's green. And so today they picked a little bit of green with silver. Now, I hadn't realized that until I started to write this. Silver is that justice and purity, and it's the protective energy, but it also represents yin, gold and silver. I'm like, what? So self-actualization is very important because it's about, again, the process of becoming you. To be capable of becoming everything. It is the best version of you. And it's those steps and layers and skill building that you do. And it's the realization of fulfillment of one's talents and personalities. But if you look at self-realization, it's the fulfillment of oneself and the possibilities of one character or personality. And as I'm talking to you, I tell you that when you begin to step into your authentic self, it's going to cost you your old personality because you're saying to me with your urge of your spirit, I want a new reality. I want happiness. But will you do the work? Will you put the time in? And a lot of times we have been asleep for so long because of these comfort zones, these paradigms, these encodings. That's not us anymore. That's not us anymore. We're turning into the great I am. You're learning what that means. You're learning to stop the flippant talking or thinking about your life. You're learning how to become more mindful and take this moment and stop being your past. But you are learning yourself. Yeah, I don't like that. Oh, I like that. Oh, that doesn't make me feel good. Oh, but that does. But you're starting to weed out. You're starting to hone in on you. As you begin to do that, you also won't have to get some of the language. Like I had this person, I did the golden lasso healing tool and I put it out there and I want friends. And I'm healing and doing the tool. And then all of a sudden I get this phone call. Hi, this is such and such. And we're having a healing circle and we'd like to invite you. And I said, oh, okay, yeah, won't be able to do it this time. Click. What the hell is she calling me for? Now, I'm praying. This is before I realized the difference between spiritual mindset and ego mindset. I was praying in my spiritual mindset. Okay, no, actually, I was just a ultra spiritualist, which means I'm living out two sides of my mouth, can't do the integration. And so the other side of my mouth was like, instead of saying, oh, God, Spirit answered me, it was, what the hell is she calling me for? I don't know her. How dare her? And so I took that. Spirit didn't answer me. So I did the healing tool again. And I found some more stuff. Oh, yeah. And the next thing I know, it's like phone rings. Hello, it's her again. And I made another excuse, put it down. And I'm like, God, she's annoying. I don't understand why she get the balls or the gold to be able to do that. Okay, again, very ego mindset, did not know it. Go back to pray again. Spirit goes, no. I'm like, what? I have the right to pray. Spirit says, stop it. I keep giving you the answer, which is perfect in alignment with you, but you keep telling me no, and you keep ripping up your prayer and throwing away your transition ticket and saying, no. You can't have it until you wake up. I'm like, whoa, hold on, my fears, my thinking, all the stuff that I wasn't awake to, that unconscious incompetent is just slapped me in the face now. I said, I said, when she calls again, I will say yes. Spirit goes, you sure? Yes. Okay, prayed again, got in alignment, got that quantum law of attraction, of vision reality. The phone rings. I felt the shit I had to really heal. Oh my God, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to do it. Hello. I knew it was her. Yeah, it was her. And I said yes. And then I had to face all the present moment. I got to get in the car. I got to drive. I don't know where I'm going. I have no clue. I have to go by. Spirit says, do you see the stuff you got to heal? And I'm like, oh my God, yes. Spirit says, if you don't go, she's going to stop calling. I go, what do you mean? Well, it's like you say to your friend, oh, include me. They call up, they ask you, and you're like, no, excuses and reasons. After a while, they'll stop calling. Do you want to know why? They will stop calling because that's the sign. They learned you. That's who she is. And I'll respect that. Or they could be an ego and they be hurt, however they do it. I'm like, no, I'm not going to train them to treat me this way. I'm not going to play this game anymore. Thank you, Spirit, for waking me up. I can do this. Good Lord, I can do this. Okay, now understand. You're learning how to become the great I am. I am this. I am that. I am. You got it? So on this whole thing, we're learning to heal out all of these ancestral curses from the way we're supposed to behave, the gender, all of it. We were meant to find out what was love and what it's not. And there was no curse. There was no condemnation. We took it that far. We wanted to see it. There is no enemy except for ourselves. So I was like asking Spirit a little bit more. And he said, notice the great awakening. I get to wake up and realign. I get to wake up in a new way. I get to wake up and clean my windows and change my filters. I get to wake up and download the way I want to. And then as I'm about ready to think, okay, I got enough information, because I asked Spirit, what am I going to talk about today? I have no clue. Then somebody else writes me, hey, I've been seeing a lot of red. And I said, red? And they said, yes. And I said, okay. They said, it represents that raw energy, your life force, your vigor, your intense passion. Okay, so here it is. It's on this here. It's, oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Assertion, all of it. You know, passion, courage, power. Or it can represent the anger, the frustration, the aggressiveness, the irrational fears, the lack of energy. What did you learn when you're here? What did you learn when you're here? What do you learn when you start to become whole? Because we're so hooked into the negative aspect, the below 500 hertz, HERTZ, which represents the shame, the guilt, that we're supposed to be, no, you can't do it that way because my opinion is right and yours is wrong. So everybody's fighting. Understand? So that dream has a lot to do with, can you wake up? Can you step into who you are? Can you allow the energies to be balanced? Can you activate as above, so below? Can you activate? Can you allow yourself to be connected? Can you? It's up to you. It's your choice. Because you're ready to become, instead of that unevolved human, but become whole again. Self-realization, to self-actualization, to showing you that you can do it. So this 1010 portal, it's jumping timelines. The energetic opening where you can connect with the universal self. That's why I was like, whoa, I'm me, but I'm not me. It wasn't that I was separated or disassociated. I was able to feel the vibrations, the energy of creation, and to get information, knowledge, downloads, light codes we need for our journey ahead. Do you understand? We can take and do a great leap. This is where the quantum law of attraction, this is what I'm going to be teaching. This is what I have been. I just haven't been calling that so that you guys would just, okay. You're going to allow yourselves to be able to have that faith and open up to the unknown. Allow ourselves to be completely open and vulnerable without pain and receive what is coming with great joy. So that means we have to start moving away that awkwardness and that uncomfortability that throws us back into hell. We are getting ready to snip that loop and create those hell loops to stop. We're coming back to karma balance. Okay, so step into your power and jump into the completely new timeline. It's here. It's unlocked. It's a powerful gateway. We are ready. I mean, this is the thing I was asking for, and Spirit just made my friend Jennifer pop it right on my screen. I was like, all right, thank you. All right. You're the creator of your reality. And when you start to wake up to that authentic self, instead of all those programs and filters and flippant language and all the things that you were asleep to, you're going to level up, and you're going to level up that consciousness, and you're going to allow yourself to become more conscious and more competent. You're going to have that ability to manifest more speedy wise, bigger picture of life. You are going to, because the yin is here. Yin holds that bigger picture. You're learning to integrate your yin and your yang, your male and your female. You got it? That's the energy update. That is how I answered a couple things for people. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you all of you that had stepped up and didn't even know that Spirit wanted you to talk to me today. Thank you. And vulnerability, it needs to be changed, that whole language. Oh, I'm so vulnerable, it hurts. To I'm vulnerable to just being bold in me, not I'm an ego going, I'm going to be me. No, it's you're learning to heal and rise. Heal and rise. That's that next part of that journey. I know there's been a lot going on in the room, and thank you so much for all of you being here. And I'm just looking. Oh, so everybody's getting different kind of Facebook updates. They're always messing with it. Hello, Kay. Hello, Sherry. Okay, I was looking through some jewelry last night, and my mom passed away, and I found a receipt. 1010. No way. Yes, okay, Spirit has really really opening these channels. If you get with your authentic self, it's going to make more sense, and you will feel less like, oh, I feel so throaty and chesty, and it's got to be because of this, and this, and this. Move out of the ego, move out and say, Spirit, show me, is there a greater understanding with energy to what it is? Because it's not what it seems anymore. We're rising. Oh, yes. Oh, good. So people are getting this. See, and that's the thing. We're changing. We are so changing, and we're changing for the better. We just have to know this. Okay, we just have to know this. And you got tools, you've got things. Now, if you're new in the room, okay, so here's the thing. If you're new, you get 2 minutes read. But if someone brought you, you get 3, and the person that brought you gets their name into a container. Okay, so again, if you're new, we will do our best to, I think you're new. Let me know if you're new. So I've been writing up a storm, blog after blog after blog. And I thought, why am I blogging? And I thought, nobody reads it. Spirit, do you want to heal that belief? Oh, yeah. So I went and healed that. And it's what we call a small little bitch slap. Now, I mean, I didn't think of it that way, but I have this wonderful friend that was writing on my page. Well, I gave myself a bitch slap today. And I'm thinking, oh no, because my bitch slap is there come hard. And it was a self-correction because they caught themselves doing something. They thought, oh my God, I'm actually doing that. No, I don't want to do that. And they corrected themselves. Now, I've never seen that different perspective until now. And I was like, holy cow, good job. Good job. Because how do we correct ourselves? Now, we don't have to do it mean, but we can go, oh, silly you, oh, whatever. But you caught yourself Hallelujah. These are steps of awakening. I have people now that you're getting it. What are they getting? They're getting what it means to be a friend. They're getting to know there's a difference. They're getting to see that when people are angry at them, it's not like, oh, I don't care. And it was, wow, I can respect where you're at and I can respect where I am. And I don't have to go into a program to shut myself down or go into old habit. I'm creating this independence. I'm creating these independence. So we're seeing a little bit more of that kaleidoscope. We don't have to condemn and choose and say, oh, no, this is the only one. This is the way I was taught. No, we're starting to see that it's okay to play this dance of energies. And I'm even writing about how these energies are the dance of the energies. When you start this authentic class, it is completely different than the way I have been. Okay. So I do have a lot of people on my list tonight, and I believe I'm going to update it because I think I don't see, I don't know what Pilly, I don't know if you're asking or what, but I'm looking, I don't see Pilly's name, but I see a bunch of people's names on the list. I'm going to go open here and I'm going to notice that we have, oh, how wonderful. We have April Lynn. She said she has to go to work tomorrow, so I will do hers later, so she can't be on. But we have Teresa P. Are you in the room? Okay. So Teresa P., if you're in the room, let me know, because Teresa P., you have been gifted. And if I can find Teresa P., then she will have a reading. Then we have Miss Toffel, and it looks like she paid for 2. We have Nicole, Nikki, and that's wonderful. Did you pay for, wait, whoops. I don't know if that's for the reading. Nikki, let me know, is that for the reading or is that for tribal or what is that for? Because I can never tell when it comes to translation. And we have, okay, so then we have Rosemary that just has paid a little extra, so she'll get a few minutes. Let me ask you, Rose, have I did a reading before for you? Let me know. Oh, and then I have to open it up because somebody said, I got some information. Hold on. Okay, hold on. What does that mean? Two or? Okay, so hold on. I'll get that. One reading for me and one pay it forward. Thank you. Okay, excellent. So we have a pay it forward, people. So actually we have 2 pay it forwards. One was directed for a person. So Teresa P., if you're here, great. And if not, I will have to make sure I write this down. And then we have another pay it forward, which is, we're going to play a game in a little bit. How's that? And that'll be fun. So we have a pay it forward. And with Nikki, thank you. We love pay it forwards. And because everybody gets a chance to, that wants to be aligned with it, gets to win. Silly me. Okay, so I do have a number and there's a lot of people in the room. We can play right now, but you'll have to hold on because you have to understand I do things in order to which they come. So all of the the expedites, people that have paid for a reading, will get read. Okay, you can come onto the show, you can use mic only, or you can use video. Then you go to the next, the 1 minute, and then we go, or however we choose to do it. Spirit will know. Okay, so I just have to remember when I come to Rose, and you paid, let's see, I think it comes across, you get 3 minutes. Okay, that looks good. And Pilly, I'm not sure what you mean by I'm not sure if I did it right, but we will see. If you have people get on the waiting list because sometimes they can't stay around. But they will be getting the reading, and then we with my time stamper, we have put above my video at the end, we put the timestamp names so you can find your reading if you can't stay, or if you go back and you want to listen to it again, because some people are like, oh my God, that was so good. I need to listen to it again. And I highly advise you. But if you think you wrote the list, just come to my fan page. Now, understand, if you're on the wrong fan page, I probably should go there now that I think about it. Let me see if I can get there. Do you think I need to do the Wayne Cook? Might be. Let me get here to here. Let's see if I can get in. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. I can't tell about that. Thank you. My hair looks pretty. My hair, I don't know what was going on with my hair. So yeah, I think we probably should do a little Wayne Cook now that somebody suggested that. Wayne Cook is a very great healing tool for you if you feel scatterbrained or you feel you can't read something. Now, normally when people are standing in front of me, I would have them read a sentence. So like if I'm reading can't cope, exacerbate, what's that? Oh, God, can't comprehend. Then I can muscle test and usually you go weak because you can't. You know, Lorene, you just said something funny. You said Emerald Queen. You know back, oh, wow, that jarred a memory, Elle. When was it? God, you're talking about early, I think it's either late 90s or early 200s or 2000s. But it was, I'm sitting there and I could feel this emerald. And I was like, what is that? And then somebody comes up to me and goes, oh my God, you have a seraphim, emerald seraphim standing behind you. It's the one with the 4 wings, or was it 6 or 4 wings? I don't remember now. And I could feel it. Oh God, I could feel it. And ever since then, it was like I would go to people's houses, holy crap, you got an entourage with the seraphims. And I know that I'm connected with the seraphims on a starseed way. I've been learning to get my wings back. Wow. I can't even remember. See, now I just crossed my mind. Okay, we'll do it this way. That was a good memory. I was supposed to bring that in. Wow. Okay. When you follow me, it has nothing to do with whether, it's all about the meat and potatoes that I want Spirit to give you. It's about the movement. It's not about me. I'm just happen to be the face of it and the voice because somebody has to bring it through. Now, there are tons of other people like me out there that are doing this. Some people refer to us as drivers, okay? Whatever it is. We just know that we wake up. And I remember being in Detroit and there was a room of like 18 people in the room, I think it was. And I could feel this connection that we had been twanged to awaken. And I could feel all of us were in Atlantis. All of us had this storyline that we were fouled, and it was about the fall. And then we had to go through all of this to the rise. And I had a feeling that one day, oh, Billy, you just did it. And one day I was going to be doing something like this. Now that was way back when, and I was a young mama. So it was like, oh my God, I don't have no time for this. No. But now it's like, it makes more sense. Really, really makes more sense. So when you move up the ranks with me, what happens? Tribal is very important. You need to get your feet wet. You got to find out if you're in survival mindset. Can you start shifting in a spiritual mindset? Can you waken up? Are you wakening up? Do you have the urge? Are you moving from ego mindset to this ultra spiritual mindset to, and when you start to wake those up, you're going to learn how to be a way seer and a way shower. You just don't need the abilities. You are the abilities. You are intuition informed. But if you are using ego as your ability of intuition, you are going to have a lot of chaos until you find the right you. This is why all of the healing tools are so important. It's very much important all the time, because the more you stay aligned, the more you'll readjust and the more you'll stay on target. So when things get thrown, you won't feel them. You'll be aware of them. That's it. So that's what I'm saying. So, yes, you finish off the Wayne Cook like this. Now, just take a moment when you do it and you can feel the difference. I can feel my spine. I can feel it different. I feel the area of where the adrenals were. They're much more relaxed. So much going on. I got to do the energy update and I might end up doing it today if Miranda can, or Amy, remind me later that I need to do for my group, my tribal group. It's now because I've been waiting, and I believe it's now that's where I'm supposed to give the cards. Yeah, what a morning. I agree. So you can be on an inside track and read it a certain way. We all have energy healing. We do them. Throughout history, you can watch how some people go, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And that is a thymus stump. Oh my, oy vey, we're like, face palm. We were doing these things. We have forgotten, and now it's all about remembering. And that's what we're doing. Thank you, Miranda. Okay, so breathe, relax, and then Spirit says we are ready. So I will make sure that I have to do, okay, so April, I'm going to do at the end, and Teresa P, I don't know if she's here because I didn't see her name. So I will do Teresa at the end as well. If we'll go that route. And then let's see what we got here. Pilly. Okay, so we got Pilly on the list too. So those do. First person that we're going to work with then is Jennifer. And I will give Jennifer a link if I believe. Oh, I'll come on. Excellent, Nikki. Excellent, excellent. That's what I'd like to hear. How are we doing? All right. Get the link, Brenda. Click, click. Click again. Now to go find Miss Jen. Excellent, excellent. Ooh, I'm loving these gateway things. Oh my God. And see, and I haven't done, I do July 7/7, 11/11, and 12/12. I wasn't told about doing 10/10, but man, I can totally see why I would need to do 10/10, but I don't, maybe I should do these once a month, huge meditations now, because the energy of the level of consciousness is all set in. It's not coming in, it's in. Anita King, are you new? Yeah, I can do it without video. Excellent, excellent. You just do it through there. Okay, so Pilly is through the thing. And so you'll be on the list too, but you'll be right there. All right, so if you're new, I will come back to you. Now, again, we have this thing that if you somebody brings you, you can get 3 minutes. If you're new and you brought yourself, that's 2 minutes. We'll see how it goes. All right. Yep, I saw your name, I believe, Brandy. Hello, my dear. How are you? Hopefully good. Yes, yes, yes.
I'm muted. I am better. I did some homework. So I do want to talk about twin flame stuff, but that's why I pay for 2, so that I can like cram it all in. Yep. I have a meeting on Wednesday. I'm like, what? I have a meeting on Wednesday. It's really important. It's the Committee on Ministry, and I'm presenting. I have my big old paper, 20 pages, and we're eventually going to have this ecclesiastical council, and with this I can already feel my anxiety. How
about you do this for me? We know that you can't speak. Now I would check and see if Wayne Cook, blah, blah, blah. They go, no. So this is what's
I have a little list I'm writing of things I have to do.
Okay. So right now you're going to do this with me right now. We're going to do left side. Okay. And you're going to just take that left side, find that point. And I need you to put your hand just like this, because left hand, babe, which one do you write with?
This one.
This one? All right. Raise this one.
Okay.
You see this here?
Yeah.
Okay. So just take your hand and do this. Your thumb. Notice your thumb. Flip your hand over so you can see it. Go. Oh, look at it. So there you go. Now, turn it around. Turn it around. See the back. Look at the back of your hand.
Oh my God. This is what happens.
This is what happens with the brain.
This is what happens. It's called anxiety.
Yeah. All right. So don't watch me. Look at the back of your hand. Turn it around. There we go. Now, you know that point that's between your, it's okay. It's okay. Now you can look at me and you see this point. Look at the back. See in the back of your hand, look at the point right there. See it?
Oh, I can see it. You can't.
Anyways, just do this. Just do this. Just start with that. Just start with that. Yeah, just there alone. Now my shoulders coming off my ears. There you go. Coming down the spine. Now get in there. Now, as you look at it, put your thumb on that spot and just rub it. Get in there. Yeah. Yeah. We're fixing her brain. Yeah.
Scarecrow.
Getting the energies. What'd you say?
Scarecrow.
Oh, interesting.
From Wizard of Oz.
Because my pendulum went over discouraged. There you go.
This is my redo chance with the ordination committee that Spirit is gifting me this opportunity because it went wrong the first go round, and this is the redo. And I want it. I'm more prepared this time.
Excellent. Now you're going to go to the right side and you're going to go down. Now, no, you're going to look at your foot. Find your right foot. Find your little bunions that hang off, that little bone that hangs off. And this time, all you have to do is rub. Just rub that whole area. Okay. And this what she's addressing is oh my God, the same shit, different day, the dark night of the soul. So this time she's just rubbing the energy on that spleen point, and it's just going to start working with the brain, balancing it out. She's doing the healing herself, folks. That's what she's doing. Okay. Now, are you feeling a little better? We have one more point to do.
Okay.
And it's the left side. Raise your left hand, not the one you're right with. See that point right there? Yeah, come down. Yeah, that's it. Now notice you have it here. Come down just a little bit. Turn your hand towards you. So you turn it so you can see your face. Turn it around. Okay, not that close though. Now, make sure you get right there. Look, does it match? Yeah, rub. Now, here's the other problem. You're going to now have to go like this. Easy peasy. There you go. Do it a few more times. Calming down that heart, calming down the pericardium that's around the heart and the circulation. Now you can rub, sweetheart. Just rub that spot. There you go. Same shit, different day.
So one of the people on the committee is like a wild card energy because she's given good advice, like for me to follow, and I've done the things. She carries my sister's signature. And like she prayed at the beginning of the last meeting. I was telling my mom the other night, I was like, it was not grounding at all. Like,
no, when people carry the signatures you have issues with.
And then later on in the meeting, she's like, why don't you talk to people like they're people? And I'm like, why are you confronting me in like a Zoom room full of people? Like,
okay, now that has to do with the magnetic attraction that we have inside that says they have the right to treat us that way because we haven't resolved something inside of us. Now, before we go any further, do you feel a little bit better?
I do.
Okay, now as you own them.
A few butterflies, but more grounded.
That's all right. We could do the whole lot, but we're going to awaken something up. So I drew this card, and I know you got this deck because you bought this deck for me. It's called the Karmic Trench. So difficult patterns in your life, the pattern of self-defeating feelings and thoughts and actions that you brought forward from a previous incarnation. You return to this life with the information of breaking this karmic pattern. So that's what we're going to do. You got it? And you can read the rest later. It says the pattern is not unknown to you. You recognize it in your relationships. So we already know where that is because you just said it was the person that was in the committee, and you've seen this before with your sister, and you've kind of carried it over with your life theme. And when I'm looking at it on a deeper level, you rejected that energy that came at you that was lofty. Okay? They're in charge. That's their opinion, blah, blah, blah. Their way or the highway. And it's a very much closed off ego, separate from spirit. And it's just And it was just whoosh, you could feel it. Now, when I ask people to feel energy, sometimes you have to describe it like knives, or, cotton candy. What is it? But no, this is, they're going to do what to you? I can't copy, I can't.
They're gonna set me up to fail. And it's like, so she gave me this good advice, and like I did these things, and then like I come along, and then the rug is pulled out, and it's like, haha, I set you up and you did all these things, and now you're just gonna fall on your face.
Now,
like
L3S it, because martyr, the archetype martyr has come up. Good job. She's getting better at it, folks. That one usually throws people off. She's got it. Now, why? Why does this martyr have to come up? Because she's in religion. She is a reverend, and she's family trait, okay? Something that the family did. But here's the thing. It's an archetype. It's part of that old paradigm. And a martyr was somebody that was supposed to have to succeed and make a point. You have to what? Pick up the cross, carry it. You have to be in pain. You're the one that's supposed to suffer. And she knows that suffering is an option. But we're breaking up with that old paradigm with religion, because she's not really following all of those religions, because this religion is beautiful. I didn't even know I was following it, and she thought I was studying it. And find out, no. There you go. Now my heart's racing inside my chest, which is really a weird feeling. But it is your habitual fear that she's going to do it again. And because your sister can't be here, you got the stand-in of this woman. Now, the dirty windows, the filters, are stopping you from having to see beyond that. And the emotions that got stuck there magnetically brings her in to show you. So would you say that you hold a grudge against people like that?
One could say that I do.
Okay. Now, does that grudge serve you?
I believe that at one point in time in my life, I believed it, but currently, no. It's just some bullshit that's just going to trip me up. It's like,
good. So you're growing. So there's this resentment. There's this, you hurt me, and I just have to hold this pain against you. Now take this woman, because she is your live in meditation. She is this fresh experience, and you know that you can't trust her. So you have precautions. You know that she did last time. And so you don't want to let go of that disappointment and anger, the bitterness. You don't want to let go of that grudge. You don't want to let go because you don't want them to do it again to you. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's their nature to do that.
That's why I'm saying it's wild card, because she can't be supportive, because hello, she's in the same business that I am, but it's like, she's got the sister signature. So it's like, right. I don't know how. Now
look at the snapshot. Snapshot, not snapshot. Oh, God. The snapshot is that you were insulted. You were hurt by their words, their actions.
Yep. Which
created a temperament down the road. But notice that you're standing there, you love them, and all of a sudden they come out of the blue and smack you with this OMG. And you're like, wait, what? And you persistently see that that's part of who they are. Whether it's fears or whether it's whatever it is they're trying to survive. But as long as they diminish your character, or as long as you show up as the diminished character, then what? Why do you need to show up as that particular martyr, that particular thing? And I feel like, there you go. I feel like what number are you at right now?
I don't know.
All right, I need you to measure. I want you to notice how much you believe in that they hurt you.
I think it's a 2.
And I want you to notice that you're trying to figure out, this is a normal thing a human does, to try to figure it out, building false realities. And notice that you've built a false reality of the pain, excuses, reasonings. It's got to be this, it's got to be that. Remove, transcend, let it go. And allow yourself to take and notice, do I really need to keep these things that I've convinced myself that it is? They're going to do this to me. Yeah, they can do it, but do I have to respond? And it's like the day that you told me, hey, he's being a gaslighter, and you saw the look on my face. What would you say they were to you when they do that? What if I said that their whole passion was they felt bad, but as long as they learned that if they make somebody else feel like shit, then they can keep their boundaries safe.
I mean, that's what my sister did. As long as she was making me feel like shit, she could feel good.
Right. And as long as you were insane, they felt sane.
Right.
Now understand that you're not going to want to hear this, but at 2 years old, this is what your sister survived. Was they were going crazy, screaming, yelling, acting, behaving wherever she was. And she learned this behavior. She readjusted, and she knows how to readjust others. We learned that. She always had this impending doom that if you got too close, then she wouldn't be able to have an identity.
That's why she hated it when I moved to the Bay Area to go to school, because I was too close.
Exactly. But you looking, and you want their approval, you want their acceptance. You have to unhook from this. You're not second best. You have the same amount of choice to be in that area, to do what you want to do. But notice that you haven't let go of her actions. Remove, transcend, and let it go. You're going to allow yourself to uncreate and destory all that is times a gazillion, right, wrong, good, bad, pod, poc, all 9 shorts, boys, and beyond. And notice that you are in arrested development. You keep repeating 5 years old over and over. And now you're going to allow yourself to let spirit in to help you understand you can change your words, your behavior. You do not have to believe your false self anymore, or the false stories. You don't have to. And you have your happiness, and you don't have to live outside to find it. You already have it. You can build, and you can feel it. You can feel that you don't have to look outside and go, oh my God, they're staring at me. Oh my God. You become very self-conscious. No more. Because when you're self-conscious, you're going, oh, it can't be that. I can't be that. I can't be that because I was told I wasn't allowed. I'm taking my power back because who are they to be in charge over me? And do I really want to have that belief? So I no longer need to feel shame and guilt because I see them seeing me. I'm self-conscious and I feel negative and vulnerable. I'm taking my power back and saying, I no longer need your acceptance because I accept the fact that I can be me. Remove, transcend, and let it go. And the confusion with your twinnie, it goes into the limbic brain, that you feel that you have to be indebted and you can't receive love because your sister already had it. You can't really have it. You have to have second best. You understand?
Yes.
And they said that you have to redefine what vulnerability is. Because it's not what your little child defined it as. So you have to understand what vulnerability is, what self-conscious, so look at those 2 words. And notice, why do I have to believe because it was taken, I can't have it? Out of all these billions of people, everybody has the right to have it. Why do I have to believe? Why do I want her acceptance? Why does I focus on her out of how many people in the committee?
I don't know. It changes. There's like 8 to 10.
Okay, out of all those 8 to 10, why is it that you're narrowing on her and she's zooming in on you? Why?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm zooming in on her, is because she's zooming in on me. It's like,
right. The point is that you're saying to yourself, I can't trust, you can't trust, but I am going to focus and you're going to become my world. And that issue is going to be about distrust. And I'm not going to be able to move forward because I'm trying to balance that. Do you understand?
yeah.
But that's because you feel vulnerable. Who says you have to distrust? So later you're going to hold L1S because you couldn't trust. And you taught yourself the only way to get her to accept you, whether it is your sister or whoever it is you make show up, is that I have to give up my expectations so that the pain that I'm getting from her will go away, which is being timid, discouraged, shy. She scared me enough that I believe that I have to be that. And if I said she scared you, they said yes, that you had to give up expectations. I said, well, let's dress that a little bit more. They said, notice how you fell for the words, the gestures on the face. They cut you like knives.
Yeah, and she was really the only this last meeting was in April, and she was really the only person. There was this guy that was asking things, and then a couple other people, but like all these other people were quiet. They said nothing like during this committee meeting, and this person had the spotlight, and she was like,
right, because remember, it's your world,
right,
and you're going to be bringing to you magnetically people that have to help you release this. So you're going to make sure you do R3S later. That's that guilt tripping. That's that safety, security, stability, sanity, safety, and all of that is being disrupted. And you can't see the rest of the world love you or support you because your eyes are stuck and glued on how she's treating you. I want you to zero in going, oh my God, all these people. Don't sit there and go, why don't you stand up for me? I can't hear them because I am so focused on this person. Do you see what I mean?
yeah.
You don't have to live there anymore. You really don't. So start healing that out, because this is actually a big one that actually is keeping your 20 away. Because you don't have time for him either. You're over here looking up. Sorry, I have to look at this distrust. Sorry, I have to look at how my pain hurts because they did it. Sorry. You have got to stop being, you know how the sun, we evolve around the sun, yes? When a person heat-seeking missiles at somebody, that person becomes the sun. And my whole world is all about them. You have to take your laser beam eyes off of that and say, you know what? I take my power back. Start claiming I am. Don't be thinking I am her, because then you're going to get more wrapped up in this hell. I am this. I am Brenda. Just say your name. Say your name 3 times. Every time you start thinking about it, say, why do I have to think about it? That's old pattern. Call your energy back. Do picking yourself up off the floor. Call your energy back, saying no. And just so people understand, picking yourself up is a healing tool. I had that woman lambaste me because she's like, I have the power to control you because I own this. I'm going to piss on this corner and I'm going to make sure you hurt. I watched my energy leave, go to this woman, and I lost all faculties. I swear to God, I couldn't figure out, but I drove, and I don't know how. I should have never driven.
And
I got away.
Too, I think you spent.
Yes, I did. I went to a music shop, which I'd never gone to a music shop, but I had to go because I needed to hear all the frequencies, and it set me right. But at the same time, I bought a guitar for my daughter, a pink one. And then I got in the car and I thought, no, I'm not going to return it, because I sat there, and that's when I developed the picking yourself up off the floor. The colors were vibrant, and I wasn't focusing on her. I just felt how it left me, how I believed that I had to be less than in order for them to be empowered. And I'm like, oh, no, you don't. And I called my power back. I reclaimed who I was. And then I went right back to that place, and she was gone. I continued with my course. And you know what? I picked my battles. She's pissed all over that territory. Does it mean do I have to be afraid and not go back? No, it's like, you know what? This is not worth it. I know when the door is shut, I will find my door.
And okay? So when she said talk to people like they're people, so at the last clergy, I'm going over she was at the meeting, and we sat there and talked, and we sat next to each other, and at the end of the meeting she was, oh, it was really nice sitting next to you and talking and chatting during this meeting. And I'm like, what the hell?
Well, you're letting her hold your space, and you had to prove to her that you were being real. It doesn't matter. When people are fake, is fake. When you're real, they'll say you're fake. You don't have to prove them anything. Just get up and say, thank you for your opinion. I love you too. Now, you may not want to say that last part, because people think, oh, you're so facetious. But just sometimes you have to just be done, walk away. You don't need their vote. But if you think you're doing it for those vote, why are you being a prostitute? Ask yourself that. Are you really aligned? Is this door really yours? Ask yourself that.
Right. It's not about her. Right. It's about the call to ministry.
Yes. Ask spirit, where are you supposed to serve? It ain't about her. You don't need her permission. But no. It's all about acceptance of yourself. All right. Thank you, my dear.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, bye-bye. We can move forward into many directions. You need to understand to hold your power, to be in a space that's going to allow you to be here. Now, I think everybody's Facebook's like got new things or something, because now my iPad that was working now keeps kicking me out of my own space. So I can't tell who's here, what's here. Ugh. Okay. So let me look at my list real quick. And like I said, is that new person here or anything? I can't remember. All right, I got to get to the right screen. I'll do, if there's, like I said, right here's an opportunity before I take on the next person. If you're new, you get 2. And if somebody brought you, you get 3. So this is where I'm checking in to see it. Okay. All right, just checking. Yes, I think she was new. Who is that? See, my screen came up with half the clue. Half a clue. That doesn't tell me nothing. I'm just going to double check. I'm going to pull up this window. If not, I'll go to the other viewer. Probably should just do that anyway. There we go. Back into it. Ah, did I miss much? No, I didn't miss much. Okay. Annette, are you here? Annette, are you here? Because if you are, I believe you're new. And I can give you 2. If nobody brought you, then you get 2. Double checking. Okay. So now, Nikki, I'm going to get you're next. And I'm, while we're playing, we're going to play the game. I'm picking a number from 1 through 40. And Miranda is going to be the time stamper. She's going to, she knows the number I chose. And if you want the free reading, to pay it forward, then you can. Okay. You don't have to have camera. You can have voice. And then again, 1 through 40, I've picked a number and you can play. Even if you've already paid and you want to play, that's, yeah, there we go. Annette, I don't see Annette here at all. So I'm going to get the link to go to Nikki and find Nikki. I've lost Nikki. Maybe. Yeah, keep the numbers rolling, people. I'm looking. They're gonna make me take a long way around, aren't they? You know, Nikki, every time I go to type your name, I type it in wrong. What the? There it is. N-I-C-K. C-K. There she is. There she is. Hello, beautiful. We are going to put this there. La, 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 la. Oh, we have a winner. L 22. L just won. We have a winner. Okay, so let me get this here. And I think the link is now with Nikki. We'll see what happens. Hang in there, people. Just double checking. Spirit wanted you to win. You're tuning in, Nikki. Yes. Excellent. Did it go across? Yes, I sent you the link, Nikki. I sent you the link. Oh, just rebalancing myself. So understand that reading the blogs gives you an insight to look at the deeper, because you have to have the white belt. You're starting off like in karate, you have colored belts. Well, it's the same for like consciousness. You're starting off as the white, and the blogs can really help you see things differently. And where you thought you were doing, you probably weren't. You're probably, oh, look at it differently. You can grow. And we get the mic up.
Hi.
Hello.
22. It's so weird. The last couple of weeks, I won twice and I didn't want to play because it was my pay it forward. And I said, it's 22.
Yeah, you're pretty good with numbers. Well, yeah, like when it comes to fine tuning your brain, we don't realize it, but it's a muscle and you can exercise it. Like how I can do my job so well is that I have fine tuned it. And I think you're doing that with numbers too.
Yeah, seriously.
How can I help you, dear? Oops.
Whatever pops up, Brenda. You know me.
And thank you so much for the pay it forward. It helps so many. Mm-hmm. Now it's interesting. They're having me looking over here, like, don't look at that. Don't look at that. And then, but I'm like, what? And they said, there's a certain way of living, And I said, what do you mean? They said that you're gun shy to some degree. So have you ever been gun shy, stepping back into the arena when you're like, I don't know if I can do that?
Yeah, I would say.
Now you kind of feel you need to, and it actually feels like you need to be lofty to yourself to get back into doing it. But, and I'm asking, did you do it before it was time? And that's the push? Or did you allow the flow of alignment that says, do it now? Okay. Because you can, when you do the loftiness, it can happen before you're ready. And if you wait too long, you're still going to get that lofty to push you. But you're meant to be aligned to doing something.
Right.
Okay. So if I ask in another way, what have you been running from? And if we wake up every day, we're going to look at how have you been fighting yourself about who to become, how to become?
Well, I would say I don't like what I do for a living. I don't feel like it's my purpose. What I'm doing on the side is my purpose that I do for free. So
the subject is about money. It's not even about purpose or career. So it's about money. When I say, tell me more, they said, notice how there's a certain, oh, interesting. This doesn't seem like it matches, but it's okay. They've gone down and says, what's your personality type of eating? And I said, what? She's a variety person. I says, what do you mean? How has this got to do with money? And they said, it has to do with extreme things, extreme times. So at certain times, they seem extreme. You will eat a certain way. And that is how you feel about money, is that there are certain times that you'll have to like control your money, spend your money. Do you understand? And I'm saying, well, we all do that. What do you mean extreme times? They said, it is basically being gun shy of stepping out and being bold. You're not sure if you can, so you stay where you know that you're good at, because money means, oh my God, I got to be able to survive. If I just drop it, I may not make it. Well, that's where I would tell people to incorporate doing both. So you're building and growing, but when is the time? And they said that you've been running away from and chasing at the same time. So it's a towards and away from. Can you tell me what she's running from? Self-abuse. Well, what is she running towards? Karma balancing. So what is she chasing? Where did my happy go? Guilt and blaming. Ooh, you're chasing, where did my happy go? Guilt and blaming. So when you look at the mirror, you're doing it and you're receiving it. It's happening all around. Tell me more about this. And they said it's when she became very self-conscious. They were about 3.5 years old. She felt like there was too many lines. Don't cross this line. Too many curses. I can't do it. Do you understand? So that lofty energy has told you no, and you know that if you were to, it's like I can put my whole body over it, but I won't put my toe over it. See, I'm not touching that side of the room, Mom. Stop. See, Mom, look, they're showing me a picture of like, here's the line. So you have this line. And so you're standing there at this and you're like, and this is where you're not supposed to go. Okay. And you're like, look, I'm not touching. And you're leaning in, you can get out, do all the stuff in there, but you won't move, put your foot across because you're like, so you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And they said that the moment you put your foot across is when you feel helpless and that it feels like everything becomes unbalanced. And so you're holding on to that anxiety that has kept you at at arm's length to what you can really have. Do you understand?
Yes.
So this anxiety is they're pointing to the impending doom. If I be me, if I do what I want, I'm going to have impending doom. And what does that mean? What's going to happen to you?
Right. 'Cause there was a lot of abuse. So
Okay, now this is where you are at your arrested development. You've got part of you that's growing up and growing out going, I can do it. I can do it. But we have to heal that last part, that foundation.
mhm.
And I says, she's grown, but what age do we need to help going back to the little self? They said it sits in your tailbone. And is that if I take the action, I don't want to feel discouraged. I don't want to feel timid. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to feel that. And I said, why does that bother you so bad? Because I'm going to be humiliated. I'm going to be pointed at. I'm going to be a disgrace. Therein lies my anxiety. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. So then the question remains, are you ready to give that up?
Yes. Very much.
They said part of giving that up is that they said, hold L1S real quick.
Okay.
And they want you to realize that you felt that the only way you could actually achieve your dreams was to chase it. Never receive it, never have it, never own it, but to chase it. Do you understand that chase feeling?
Yes.
That's what you have to look at right now. You have said, I've got to chase this. So you can't really hit back and heal the anxiety until you say, well, wait a minute, my answer, my coping tool was that if I chase it, I still can have it. Remember, this came from a 3.5-year-old thinking.
Mhm.
There you go. And you knew when you put your toe across the line, there'd be a lot of taking offense, a lot of, attack. Just feel, remove, transcend, let go. They're saying they want you to notice that your dream, you said, got dumped on. Your dreams, if I stop myself from dreaming, I can keep myself safe so I don't have to feel that discouraged. And do you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So we're just helping that little girl saying, okay, let's just end the chase, feel the chase. I have to always chase it. Remove, transcend, and let go. Look at the number. And just kind of stop yourself from running. And notice the thing that you're chasing turns around and goes, why aren't you chasing me? Open up your arms and bring to you your dream. And I want you to embrace it. Does it feel good, bad, or indifferent?
It feels emotional. It feels good.
And your body, part of you is like going, oh, this feels unique, but I also feel like I want to readjust, like I have to say no. And I'm saying, just keep holding it, keep hugging it, keep loving it. Because I want you to notice that you just stopped the chase. Now, both you and your dream are going to turn around and you're going to take the emotions that you chose to put inside yourself as a way to take and curb those feelings of, the wanting it and desiring it. I have to crush those. Remove, transcend, and let go. This is part of the tech you wrote. This is part of what you wrote. Let's take it out now. Remove, transcend, and let it go. And you have these installs that parents do. And the install is this, and I want you to picture the duration of a voice, the pauses of the gestures. Now they are loud, just like a voice would be. They're gestures. And notice that the direction is that even when you got older, when she wasn't there, in your mind, you have a direction of her and the sound of her in your head. Can you see it?
Yes.
Now notice that the duration feels like insanity.
It does.
And at this point, you didn't know how to make it stop except for run and self-abuse. I want you to stop, turn. What color is coming from her to you? It's a cord. What color is this cord?
It looks purple.
Now I want you to say, Thank you, but no thank you. And I want you to pull the purple off and clean off that cord saying, this is your opinion, your belief, your gestures, your energy. And I understand that you figured this was the right way to do it because that's what you learned, but I just doesn't feel right. I'm not aligned to it. So take it off. And as you do, you're going to start noticing you see your color. I want you now to pull your power back and say, I claim myself. Now say your name 3 times. Just start claiming yourself. As you do this, you'll start to see there's a boundary. And you can say, I love you and I respect what you're trying to do and who you were, but I'm not aligned to it. And as you do, you're going to notice that cringe of that duration of that insanity as you start to feel peace. Now you're going to rise and you're going to start seeing these patterns, and you no longer have to have that button to make you go insane. I want you to notice that they can run around like a chicken with their head cut off all they want, but inside you can feel there's a big difference. That's them and this is me. Again, notice the color of your cord because I see a lot of blue in it. And it's like you were taught that you're supposed to nurture her. You're supposed to mother her. You're supposed to do this in return. This is what your child's supposed to look like. I want you to call back your power and say, you know what? I'm done investing in that. I'm going to take my power back and I'm going to be who I want to be. And as you do this, you're going to see a gold and silver cord above your head. Grab it.
I was going to tell you I was seeing silver and gold.
Good, good. Now take one end of your heart and extend the other out to your mother and say, will you accept this? What does she say?
Yes.
Good. Say thank you. I love you. Bless you. You can give her a hug and you can send her on her way. Because now this new relationship you guys have, it's something that you haven't been before. But when you step up to the plate, you're not going to respond the same way. You're not going to be that little girl. You're going to be, I respect you and whatever they throw at you, it stops right there.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Wow,
now,
thank you.
You feel better?
I do.
You sound good.
That was excellent.
And notice you don't have to blame.
In my head. I did. I felt it right in the crown area. And then when you said you're to feel peace, I swear it just gone.
Yeah, right, because you don't have to play those old games. And when you stand in that energy of peace, you're like, whoa, you can see them do it. There's no hooks anymore.
Yes.
And then you got to make some decisions that, do I want to have them in my space? And this is where you're growing without shame or guilt. This is where you can learn to say, it's okay to have family and friends, and it's okay to let go of family and friends. And they can show up to me if they want to be in my life, because I will always show them I love you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to bow down. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to be me. Okay. So good job.
Yeah. Thank you, Brenda, so much.
And thank you for paying it forward. And this is fun and exciting. Okay. I love you, hon.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. All right, bye. Oh, that was good. That was good. And notice that for those that have been doing the cord switching, the treasure chesting, and I have you reset your cords, you literally, now I'm going to have to remind me, Miranda, remind me that I need to do the silver with gold, because now the unity is come in. Because I've always seen them separate, but the representation of where we were on the planet was always gold. Now the unity is here. So I find that awesome. That's probably why I'm wearing a little silver with my green today. Yeah, this is awesome. Yay. Okay. Again, I'm going to check towards the room. If there's anybody that's new, you can, let me just, now my host screen is not working right. All right, I guess I'll pull out this one and go over here. Use it in a different way. I'm so glad that I've learned how to skill build and know that technology doesn't have to always show up the way I think it should, but there is a, rhyme and reason somewhere. Okay, let me check on that list. We are looking towards, because Rosemary has paid, or Rose has paid, I'm going to give her 3 minutes right now. She goes by, well, it says Rosemary here. I seen her name earlier, something Rose, something Rose, something. Rose, if you're here, that'd be great. Just put Rose. I don't think anybody else has that name. Okay, so here we go, Rose. So if you were watching when we were working with Jennifer, the archetype martyr came up. And the thing is that it was like, you're supposed to be less than in order for me to be good. You're supposed to be less than in order for me to be great. To make a statement, an appointment, you're supposed to become less than, and we are the children. And I don't know what this means, except for you are taught to readjust and that your life don't matter. It's like you have to sacrifice, and sacrifice and suffering are options. So I want you to just start to working with silver energy, because that silver energy, so just meditate with silver and notice that it's going, and I see it swirling and it's coming down. They're saying that you have been addicted to, and I said, whatever it is, to readjusting. See, it doesn't have to be always when people hear addictions, they think it's something bad, but you're addicted to, I have to readjust. They said you're so addicted to it, you don't know when somebody says to you, should you have said that? And you're like, so you start to readjust and you may not know it. There's some gaslighting that's going on, a little bit of making you feel like you shouldn't have thought that, been that, or seen that. And then there's a little bit of lofty energy. So what energies control you to readjust? Listen for the words, listen to the gestures, listen. They said, because one of the things is that you're seeking stability. Because you're seeking stability, you know what being unstable feels like. And I says, in which area? They said emotional. I said, what part? The prefrontal cortex. I said, whereabouts? They said it has to do with always feeling incompatible. And this is where I want you to step up and notice that you don't have to. There's a great amount of disbelief. I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that happened. And it doesn't allow the integration to happen. But there's an incompatibility with you and yourself, because these habits are supposed to be there. Now, a healing tool in this case, I would say, is just take and notice that you are incompatible with yourself. If you believe this, put it on a piece of paper, put that on your chest. And I want you to take your hand and start here, and you're going to tap it like this all the way to the back, and as far as you can go, lift off, come back up. And you'll do 2 rounds of tapping to each breath. So you go, breathe in and hold, second round, breathe out and hold, second round, and then you pant. You do 2 rounds of panting, and then you just breathe normal. And usually I will do about 4 of these. Just let that in. And I feel like you need to do a couple rounds of that. And then you have to say, I give myself permission to be me. And then find the line here, and you hit on both sides of your brain. I give myself permission to be me. And tap your thymus, so your heart and brain. I give myself permission to be me. And I want you to do that several times so that you can start to readjust, allowing the energies to flow through. And then you can work with the silver energy, the yin energy that has not been able to really come into balance. Okay. All right. Give me a second, go back to the thing. We're looking at Pilly. Pilly said that she'll do it just like this. And here we go. Was there anything particular? Let me look to see if Pilly had said anything. Let me look. Just anything that comes up. I don't have the screen of what she said. Miss Pilly, if you can, I'll look up. I'll start, and then here we go. There's a certain amount of tattling energy. I said, can you tell me about direction? They said, not at this time, just listen. There is a certain amount of tattling, and they're showing me the way you look at something. And then there's this incompatibility feeling. I said, okay. And they said, there's certain obsession. I said, is that you? Trying to find Cowboy Tim's son's cat. Gotcha. All right. So there's a certain amount of, we're going to go that route about the tattling, because what happens is that the reason that it can't be found at this point energetically, and look at yours, is that it's about this confusion energy. Now, if I jump track and say, what are you telling me? Why does this matter about this cat? And it feels awkward. And I said, what do you mean? It goes back to incompatibility. And I know what that feels like. So are you saying that you're afraid that that a cat won't be found? Is that the incompatibility? Yes. And I said, okay, so they're saying they want you to release this. And they said, if you hold L3D and you begin to release that, then what happens is that the cat. Now, I took an oath that I'm not supposed to look and help you find things, but I can help you understand the energy to why the cat is in that direction. And in this case, something he's supposed to feel is helpless, not the cat, but the man. And there's something about helplessness. And it is the feeling state of when that cat was separated. And I said, tell me more. And they said, well, when about 4 years old, there was an emotional chemical peptide dump. And it ended up being a habit of feeling very awkward. I said, so did he need an animal or have an animal, stuffed or real? And so, will something happen? And they said, keep talking. I said, all right, so it has to do with the readjust. Now, my body is feeling very physiology of, so there's a certain amount of feeling. There's a certain amount of feeling that you can't find something when you were little. This is why it's, you can't, he is going through, your mate is going through the same storyline. It's just the cat is helping to represent this. And they said that there's a little bit, but an impending doom. And it's about feeling maybe a little bit that it may be their fault. I don't know who they are, but I feel this when your mate was younger, because it was like, oh, see, now my back's killing me. It's like it's like I have to release it. It left a mark. That the reaction that came out of it was what he needs to resolve, because the reaction that came out of it is that it's like, I hate this, I dislike this, I don't want to go through this. So has he had an experience before of this? If so, understand, I can feel when he was about 12, he also had this rejection of energy of letting things get too close. So when I ask where and what you can tell me about this cat, and this cat, I'm going to ask, is it, I feel like the energy is still alive. I'm hearing that the cat was playing out a story to help your mate understand that he has to let go of this lofty feeling of being helpless because of this missing lost piece. I says, well, give him a point to hold. And they said L2D. But that pain, he put on a mask. And I said, well, what's the mask about? And the mask was feeling there was a disgrace and that I have to readjust. And I said, tell me more. And it has to do with feeling a certain hysterical feeling. This is why my body's doing a physiology response. Where do you want him to hold? R3S. And as I'm like, tell me more. And they said, guilt tripping. And I feel like we're going back to when he was again around 4. I feel like he was told to be responsible for something, and because it was lost, he had that nasty feeling, but it was how you got corrected or punished. The words, the stuff that was said. Which one? Whose cat is it? Because whoever they're reading, whoever the cat is, that's why they said mate. I don't know. It could be him, it could be Kevin. You choose whoever it is. Wow, they got 2 similar timelines. Is Kevin his son or your son? I don't know. I just can see that there's a signature in each one. But going in this, you can really feel this energy of how they don't know how to handle that loss. And so the energy go in because somebody made them feel like shit. And so they've been doing their best to overcompensate so that those people would stop. And it was the feeling. It's Kevin's cat. So the person, the man that you're reading, was it Kevin? It's about the readjust. And I said, again, am I reading Kevin? Yes. But I also see Tim's energy. There's something similar. So how many people are going to benefit from this? Who's the 4th one? I feel 3 that are immediate, And I feel one that steps back. So it could be not direct, but indirect healing, which is good. But it has to do with the lofty energy of, hey, you did something, or you're being accused of doing something, and you're supposed to punish yourself because of the guilt tripping. Because all I can hear is this mother screaming. I don't know who this is. She's standing there and she's saying, well, you should have done this. You should have done that. It's all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. Okay. But at the same time, okay, Tim's son, at the same time, there's this great loss. All right. Well, that's probably why I see the same kind of signature. How did that person feel when they got this yelled at? Do you understand? Oh, yes. There's as soon as you brought that person's up, I see the word phobia. I said, whose? Yes, I feel hers. And there's a phobia of, I'm going to be accused. Do you understand? I'm going to be accused. I'm going to be accused. And so there's still, okay, wow, see, everybody's players, everybody's emotions, everybody's stuff is getting in the way. So I said, again, what can we do? We heal our shit, but will the cat come back? I feel, yes, the cat's going to come back. I said, more alive than dead? Yes. Oh, that's good. I said, is there anything about an accident? I don't see any of that. All I'm seeing is this energy of this cat was like, hey, cat, they have to go through this experience. Cat says, yep, I signed up for it. I'll be back. Okay. I don't feel a disconnection from the cat. I feel like the cat's doing its job to help create reality. But we're sitting there in the pain or the accusing or the, oh, I should have done it right. And I feel like somebody's like built in their head. So in this case, I would tell the boy to put, may not be happy, but kick people out of your head. It's called thought management. But there's a learned helplessness because the physiology is unreal. My body's going, oh my God, I'm going to be accused. And my nerves are saying, oh my God, I'm doing it to myself before they can do it. And I'm saying, who's ready to heal? And they said, R2D, whoever it is, whoever feels attacked, could be all of you. R2D. You guys are meant to break this little, it's like a curse. It's like, you guys need to break this. And I think if you sat, each one of you sat, or if you could only do it yourself, Tilly, you could sit there and go into that deep layer of it, heal it out. It'll make a wave and it can help with others. Okay. If they're not sure how to do it, you could sit next to them and say, it's okay. My knee's going to touch your knee and I'm going to sit there. Yes, R2D. And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to think and feel because I know the story, or you can talk to them, help them through it. But the cat, I feel, is doing its duty because it was in the contract. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Oh, Brenda, push the wrong button. I seen something on my screen. Juanita. Yes. Okay. So you're next, my dear, before I go to the next. Oh. La, 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 la. Let the brain get it in line. Yes, indeed. What are we singing for? Don't know. We'll go over here. Nita. There she is. Hello, sweetheart. Oops, push the right button. There you go. And here you go, sweetheart. Send that to you. Now hang in there, guys. Hang in there. Hang in there. Again, Spirit likes to do expedite first. Just the way Spirit does it. I am not overlooking anybody. I do what Spirit tells me. The right screen. Oh, here we go. There we go. I got it. And can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yay, we got it. I have to say,
right.
you and Nikki are very beautiful. The pictures you chose, and I get to stare at your guys' picture.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. How can I help, hon?
All righty. I just tell me what I need to know.
All right. So it's interesting because the very first thing they're doing is that I feel like I got hit in the back of the head. It feels like it's on the right side. It feels like I got hit in the back of the head. And I said that it is like, it's a reminder. I have to readjust, a reminder. I have to readjust. And I said, what? And they said, well, I feel this incompatibility as incompatibility. And I sometimes have to give myself a bitch slap. Oh, not one where spirit's going to come along and do it. It's like, hello, stop acting that behavior. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. But here's the thing. The reason it's coming to the back of the head is because you kind of grew up with, well, that was stupid. Did that sound familiar? Okay. That's why you're choosing that side of the head. Now, you are waking up to your authentic self. And one of the things they said is that you're coming up to the table of figuring out what trust and distrust feels like. And when you have a good relationship with somebody and you learn to trust them, you learn to bond deeper. You learn to, get rid of all of those walls.
Yes.
You felt like you couldn't trust yourself when you were younger. And so towards yourself, you put a lot of rules, regulations, all of that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're now asked to go back to that little self and address it. And they're saying you have a 5-year-old that's going around going, I got to do it this way. I do it that way. La, 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 la. And at the same time, you have your 13-year-old self. They're saying, oh, I got to run from this shit. You can't tell me this. So every time you had a hormone shift, you put in a new set of rules. So you kind of have like a conflict within your conflicts. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So they said you're ready to heal backwards. Now, here's the thing. They're saying instead of the 13, they want me to go back to your 14-year-old self because you're holding on to something. I said, what are you holding on
I know
to?
exactly what it is.
Yes, I can feel you feel it.
Yeah, I've been going through an issue. Like I've been like basically ghosting my brother because on an energetic level, I can't deal with him.
Right. Because you don't want to do something out of sympathy anymore. You don't want to be controlled like a little puppet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I set boundaries and he tries to hold it against me and tries to make me feel bad for not answering my phone. And
yeah, you don't need to do that anymore. Let's take the L1S and just sit there with it and know how you know that, because I can feel how deep you know that. I mean, it's like registered big time. And I want you to put it on a scale from 0 to 10, 10 being, oh God, yeah.
Oh, it's definitely a 10.
Now feel how fresh that is, because you can hear him here, you can see this action here, but it's the weird feeling inside. You're like, but I don't like this. I don't want to play. Can't I just go back to being happy?
Mm-hmm.
All right, just sit there and feel it. And you're going to remove, transcend, and let it go. Just sit there and feel it. And you're going to say, I uncreate this. Just sit there and feel it. I see you staring at one particular picture of him, and I don't understand it. And so when you sit there and let yourself register it now, you're going to be able to see the picture. He does some kind of particular action over and over.
Yes, his yelling.
Yeah. And notice what it does to your body. Remove, transcend, let it go. Notice what it does to your body. Remove, transcend, let it go. There you go. Notice you gave a lot of power away because you didn't know how to deal with it at the time.
Yes.
But you will. But you got to notice that you're thinking, oh my God, I gave all my power away right there because it's my arrested development. I did not know how to do it.
Yeah.
Sit there with that. Remove, transcend, and let it go. Sit there with that and breathe. Stare at it. And if you have to, notice there's a panel in front of you. And if you feel like he's yelling, he's screaming, he's acting this way, I want you to take the feeling button. You'll see one that says kinesthetic. And I want you to turn the dial so the location of how it's coming at and it feels misaligned, turn it so that all of a sudden you feel aligned and the pain disappears just like that. Readjust, readjust, readjust. Can you do it? Can you feel it?
Yes, it's struggling, but it's getting there.
Yeah, and notice that you can do it. Notice that just feel the alignment. Feel, you know how it's not aligned, but feel the alignment, feel the alignment, feel the alignment.
I feel so wrong because I'm
Ah,
not used to it.
right. And just keep going. Okay. And so just feel this. And notice, do you have to believe that? Notice that, do you have to sit there and convince yourself to believe it? Because the true authentic self says, hold on, that's just a program. I don't have to believe that. I'm going to line it up again, turning the cogs so they fit. And so you can feel the alignment. It's like, yeah, so tell me a food you don't like.
Oh, spinach. Ugh.
Okay, now tell me a food you like.
Oh, pizza.
Okay, so notice that it's stuck on spinach. Notice that as you turn the dial, well, I can't go to pizza because I know how much I really don't like spinach. Keep turning the dial, and all of a sudden you're like, but I can be aligned. And notice that spinach can fall off just like that, feeling that you can't let go. It feels like taking a shit. Just let it go. Let it drop from your hand. Let it drop. Everything, just let it go. And surrender to the fact that you're aligned now. There's a part of you that can't believe it, but I want you to do. How can you believe your name? I just know so. Well, the same thing that you are aligned to this. I just know so. Ooh, you're getting there. Remove, transcend, and let it go. And as you start to look back, notice that the body need to move. On a scale from 0 to 10, what number is it now?
Well, I'm smiling, so I don't think I feel it.
Exactly. Okay, now what you're going to do is you're going to take, and I want you to notice that aggression that you could feel. Notice that when you see the picture now, it comes up, but it falls right at your boundary. It comes in, but it falls again because it can't get past your boundary.
Yeah.
Notice that you do not have to feel vulnerable to that because your little girl goes, please. And that you're okay. You're okay to not have to keep repeating. You understand?
I see it for what it is.
Yes. And now you're going to just kind of move the body, let the body just kind of whatever you need to do, just take the weight off your shoulders. I feel like you need to put your thumbs up. Okay. You can't see it off my screen, but if you put your thumbs straight up and you do both arms and you go up and down like this so it looks like this. What's going to happen is you're going to start to take those little fine intrinsic muscles are starting to release the crap because you've had to carry this weight on your shoulders for a long time. So if you just do that, you'll start noticing that you're starting to readjust and move things.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Very good. Now you can sit there and grab the golden white light or golden silver light, grab it above your head, connect one end to your heart, extend it out to your brother right now and ask him does he accept this? And if he says no, it's okay. But know that is a new relationship cord. You're setting a new tone in your entanglement cord, okay? New chords, new sounds, new waves.
Yes.
Does he accept it?
He does, but he's nervous.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you from one heart to another because you are in a different quantum field. And you're going to let Spirit show you how to guide this relationship instead of going tumbling, stumbling, and arrested developments. You're going to find a new way, a new voice to be able to communicate. And if that means no communication at all, or they have to fade away or whatever, you've got your power back. They're going to know it because usually they'll come even at you harder and try to get you to connect back up. But you don't have to. Just say, thank you, I love you, show up and say, hey, dude, by pushing like that, that hurts. So when you're done, let me know. Maybe we'll chat. You're going to find new voice. Okay. Say thank you, Spirit, and you'll let it happen.
Thank you.
And thank you. And I will talk to you tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Bye-bye, hon.
Bye. So
what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's tribal. This is where you're going to learn to get your feet wet. This is where you're going to grow. Now I have Lorene, you're next. I sent you and you have to go to the, if you want to come on, or we can do it like this. Normally when you win something, I like you to have it come on. I don't see you registered seeing it yet. I had sent you, I think you might have my screen just changed. Let's see. We'll find out because it doesn't usually always tell me whether somebody sees it or not. So I never know. Anyways, I did give you a link. Tell me how you want it done. Okay. So now I'm just going to double check and make sure. And we'll come back to April. I believe Teresa is asleep, and that's all right. Cleared. And to this one, yes. All right, so Lorene, you are next. And then after that, I will do April and Teresa. Whew, there's a lot we can do. You're going to hear me talk more about stuff that your brain is ready for. Quantum law of attraction, silver gold cord, more of the yin energy, integration, authentic self-realization, self-actualization. Yeah, you're trying. Okay, it's not working. All right, Spirit, help Elle out. Help her out to get to where she needs to go. Get there. All right, let's try this one, and we can go from there. We're gonna give. While we're waiting, since I'm not sure how this is going to work, I'll start with the 1 minute, and we'll start with Miranda. And Miranda, I'm so sorry. You show up very delicate. I'm going to give you a 2 minute. All right. You're learning intolerance. Oops. You know what? I'm going to come right back because it worked. This is maybe unstable connection. So I will come back. We'll start with Miranda. Miranda, just remind me that I start with you. Okay. We're going to get some audio in a minute, and we will be able to tell whether or not. There we go. Almost.
Hello.
Hey, honey, how are you?
Oh my goodness. Thanks for being so patient and awesome with me. I'm great.
Oh, Spirit thought you needed today, and so we're going to do it. So let me get the timer set for you, my dear. Okay, so how can we help you?
Well, cool. So I would love to connect, if possible, to my dad and my mom for a minute, if possible. And then I just would love to send some love to my dog. I want to get him to the vet tomorrow.
Okay, so what would you like to talk with your mom and dad about?
Anything, I guess, well received. I know sometimes for me, I haven't connected enough with my dad, and I'm working on that a lot right now. And then, so hearing from him is a lot important. I don't know what, but with my mom, I usually know, and she'll give me the best advice for right now.
Okay, so you understand that the way they speak to me is through the file system that I know.
Yes.
And he is like, I don't know if he was a smoker or what, but I can feel this particular part of his body, and up around his neck. And he says, you're learning discernment. He says it's hard for me to speak because sometimes my tone, my timbre, my voice, I don't know if it bothered you, but it's like, I want to help, but I cause readjustment. So I don't know if how his behavior was, but it's like he had to be a dad, or he had to be a certain way. Does this make sense so far?
I mean, I'm not sure. He committed suicide when I was 3.
Okay. All right. So there was a readjustment. He didn't like that part of himself to readjust. You understand? It was too hard for him. Now that you said that it's suicide again, how did he die?
It was pills, but he was mentally just not helped. Like he was suffocated mentally, I feel. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what this is. He said there was a lot to do with a very lofty way his voice would come across. He felt awkward all the time. He was stuck in a very old pattern of when he was 6, and the dumping of behaviors. He had to be a certain behavior. He says it was very much, I did not have happy. Okay.
It was his mom made him feel a lot of ways, and she came out as gay in the middle of the 80s when it was not really the time to do that.
Okay.
So I think he grew up with a lot of struggle. Yeah,
he did. But there was a lot of karmic imbalance. He liked to please, he wanted to help, but he gave up. He played a character in his world that he didn't want to play. It's not that he didn't want to be your dad. He just didn't want to be a grown-up.
No, I get that. I never held it against him or nothing. I love him so much. He was my best friend, still is.
Yeah, and he says you're going through some distrust issues because at 3, you were fully aware of the presence disappeared. And it was very scary for you because you're like, where did it go? Where did it go?
Yeah. My mom said I sat by the door for 2 years.
Okay. And and what happened was to help you get up and go. Now it's funny, I feel very liquidy from my sternum down to my feminine part. I feel very liquidy. I don't know exactly what that means. I just can't feel solid. I don't feel whole. I don't even feel put together. And I said, what does that mean? And it was about how I didn't feel compatible. I felt something completely missing. And he's referring to you, that you felt completely missing of something.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of indifferent feeling that you took on, that I am not going to behave a certain way. And I says, what do you mean? Well, you know what I'm talking about then.
I felt, well, I was every statistic in America at the time. I had a single mom, I was a bastard, and my dad committed suicide, and I was low income family with two sisters, and we were on the road. So it's like I was every stereotype in history right at that time. And so it was a really hard
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And I just chose to be a rebel, like
Yep.
I'm going to stick to my own world because it's the way I can get through this bullying everywhere I go.
Exactly, because your gallbladder is showing me that you rejected all that stuff out of your reality, because even though this was considered you, from the world, it was considered wrong. And so then you didn't like that feeling, and you didn't like that feeling, and you, because of that feeling that you couldn't connect with that male energy that was in your life and is gone. And I said, tell me more. He says, the one thing about the dog, he says, love it. He says, love the dog, love it. Now he says, you're shutting down emotionally because it's stirring up when you were about 2 years old, and you had to, you didn't want to let something go. Now this is not him per se, but it was him. It wasn't the death, it was the disappearance of his emotions. He didn't want to play that character anymore, and he would drop himself into not wanting to play life. That when he would expose emotions, everybody around him was like, I can't deal with your emotions. And so it became very conflict. Does this make sense?
Yeah, like when he started like really showing signs of breaking down or whatever, my mom and him were separated when he died, and he was living at his mom's, which was toxic for him anyway. So it was just a shit show. And I remember just knowing in myself, like, and then years later, my mother saying we might have divorced because he was struggling so hard. And it's like being real with me about that. Yes, baby. Okay, I'll get it in a minute. Draw.
Now, what's happened though is that you had to go into a readjustment, and the readjustment of you can't be you. So it's kind of like a major bitch slap, but you realize you can't be you. And he knew that he couldn't be him. What he wanted to be was the eternal child. He was never taken care of, from what he's saying. He couldn't really feel mothered, loved, or anything.
He never had that motherly love. My mother was the motherly love of the dreams of his dreams. And that was why he loved her. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but he couldn't get past the dump of the negativity from his own life.
Right.
He was so scared of being bold. And the thing about your nature was that I am not going to be in fear of being bold. I just can't live the character you want me to play.
Right.
And so it's like you came in and said, you know what? I may have been served this shit hand. I'm not playing it.
Right. That's me. That's me. Yes.
But at the same time, you were playing another set of paradigms that was typical of what you're expected.
Toxic of my own abilities. Yeah. But those were bad relationships, but they were all a journey to get here. Yes.
Exactly. But it's the rebel card, the rebel archetype. And it's not, you know, that you don't need to be a rebel anymore. And there's a part of you that has gone into going, yes, that was my story. I'm not doing woundology. And they said, now the readjustment. The readjustment is what you used to tell yourself. You used to tell yourself, because of all of this, it's more of a sour graping They want you to look at those words. He says, because that's what I did. I want you to stop. I want you to say, okay, just because the good's there, I can't have it. And then I talk myself out of it and say, yeah, it wasn't meant for me. He says that you got to stop, because he can see, and your mom can see too, that they're telling me when you're in tribe. So understand, if you start understanding that you have to believe it to see it, and envision reality of the quantum field, is that you have to believe the feeling that allows you to be. So you have to notice the sour graping, the flippant talking, that old personality is actually saying, as you're going, oh, I want this and this and this. Thank you, Spirit, for this. And then all of a sudden, this old part of you pops up that you're not even aware that's happening. Okay.
Yes.
And when that pops up, you follow it and you don't even know you're doing it. But what it's doing to the universe is that you're ripping up what you just ordered and says, no, thank you. I'm going to go back to hell. They're saying that you're ready to wake.
Right. Yeah. Wow. My crown chakra just completely tangled.
Good. Now notice that the criticism, oh, there you are. Now notice that the criticism is that you were used to hearing it all around, that it became part of your identity. Now that also controls the sour graping. So you know how to negatively talk, but you're also trying to break out of that. Hence, that's kind of like when you wrote me that, you were going through this particular personality aspect.
Right.
That's it. And so,
right. Or, like we all say, like, women go on their PMS days. For me, I think men have worse ones, but I feel like in the same aspect, like, we just all have, oh my God, moments. And then we're like, thank goodness I caught myself and I'm growing.
That's why forgiveness is very important, darling.
I love you.
And I love you too. And you know you want out of that. You know you can, because the support from the other side is they said, just don't do as we do. You've got this. You've got this. Now, before you go, you're going to just end up writing down, and you're going to do L1D. And the reason you're going to do L1D is you've had frightfully overjoyed too many times. Okay. And I'll tell you what that is. Just know that it's left wrist, first position D, L1D. So frightfully overjoyed is about, like, for instance, you're happy and all of a sudden, let's say you get in a car accident, you're frightened, but then you're overjoyed. Oh my God, I made it through. Okay.
Yeah.
Your children, your dog, everything. Oh my God. Oh, whew, okay. They said that you've had a really big one. The frightfully overjoyed was when? 23.
Which one, honey?
Yeah, well, they're pointing out this one is a huge one, which is 23. Now you can do it to all of them, whatever pops up, but they're saying at 23 is when you really made it so that you can't be compatible. I don't want to do this anymore. And you kind of made a magnetic push away.
It was the first time I got pregnant and I was rejected really bad. So I had an abortion.
Okay. Yes, that's the one you're going to heal. Because and then you're going to take and you're going to put on a piece of paper, rejection, abortion, and then you're going to put this piece of paper on your chest. And then I don't know if you saw me earlier where you take your hand and you have to tap it like this, and then you lift off, do it again. Okay, but it's the breathing. So you breathe in, hold, tap again, and then let it out. Hold, tap again, and then you pant. You do 2 rounds of those. And then normalcy. And you can do about 4 tappings. That's what they want you to do. They want you to do several of those, because that you want to move forward in your life, but you keep getting yanked back.
Right.
So again, do your homework of sour graping. When do I do it? When do I hear it? How do I respond when it comes to criticism? I think there was one more thing, but I can't remember what it is. But thank you.
You're awesome, Brenda. I love you. Thank you so much, girl.
Thank you. Together we can do this. Okay.
Angel lady. Yes. We are. Oh, I saw angel wings and a rainbow in the clouds earlier.
Awesome. Thank you, Spirit, for great signs. Right. All right, you take good care. Before you go, how's your ankle?
Oh my God. So like my stitches itch like crazy, but it's like it's fully healed. I have no pain.
Excellent. And the magnet helped?
Yeah, like it was the day after. It was like I didn't even need a Tylenol, but I took it. just
Right.
to keep it swept.
Magnetic, when we have magnetic deficiency, our bones don't like to knit together. So
Yeah.
sometimes you have to use magnets, which helps your body to repair faster because it already knows how to do it. It's just that when you have electrical or magnetic issues, it stops it from. And that's what that piece of paper is, to help you balance out those. Okay.
Right. It'll manifest.
Keep healing. Just love your dog. Do whatever you need to do. Spirit's with you. Okay.
Thank you, Mama. Have a great
bye-bye.
night, Brenda. We love you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So anybody in the room that's new, you get 2 minutes. If somebody brought you, you get 3. And then that person's name goes into the jar. Now I'm going to give 2 minutes to Miranda because I think, Miranda, tell me, did I give you one last week or did I forget? Because for some reason I feel like I forgot. I've been usually pretty good at giving you one. Just double check and tell me, Miranda, if you got one last week, I'll just give you the one and we'll go from there. Now, what's interesting is you could actually hear, oh, that's okay, I will give you. So notice, Jennifer and Elle, there was something similar about rejection, about these feelings. And you guys could actually listen to each other's and healings, and you might get something out of it. There's something there. I don't know what it is. There's a certain connection. Let me get the right screen. Here we go. All right. All right. Again, I'm sorry, Miranda. Like if there's any new people in the room, like I see a Sean Lawson. If you want a reading, I'll give because you're new. I'll give you 2, but you have to let me know. So Miranda, they're looking at inferiority complex. That's part of your homework. Write it down. I'm going to look at, thank you, Spirit, for bringing in, helping me see this. Don't judge it. Don't be just get inside your eyes and go, oh my God, an ego. I want you to just be in your spirit space, more your authentic space, and go, I'm going to define it. And I'm going to look around and let Spirit define a little bit further. Then there's a worry. Now, it's funny, I only feel like half of my face. It's like is worry. And it's like, I'm supposed to show worry to people so they'll keep loving me. I'm supposed to show this so that they won't let go of me. Now, this is part of you that you don't know, but your body's habit, your subconscious mind says it's ready to leave. And they said do R1S because you wanted them to keep you around the homestead. At the same time, you didn't want them to get rid of you. So you've gave them a reason to keep them around the homestead. So it's about something to do with worry, have them worry about you. And so that energy cord's now creating other people around you that's worry about you, but that's not quite you anymore. You got to get everything to be in sync. And which means that you have to move in the idea that you have to redefine what empathy is and how it looks at people show you empathy. Well, the old you would have said, this is what empathy looks like. I need to see this. Whereas in you, how do you give empathy? But because you're a new you, you're also going to redefine what empathy is. They want you to notice that you're very numb, feet-wise. The very numb, the nerve endings are numb because you feel incompatible. I want you to put nerves and I want you to feel incompatible and I want you to put it on your chest and I want you to tap and breathe. Because you're moving out of judgment and ego mindset and you're moving into discernment and to your spiritual mindset. And yes, Mr. Sean, we will get you a 2-minute. We're going to jump right to Sean because he's new. Oops. All right. Now, there's a feeling. I went to take a breath and I felt something going on here and I just felt overall just wiped out. And I have to work until I feel wiped out. And that means I've done a really incredible day. A girl. Well, however it feels is that you feel like you have to use your male side, your yin side. Part of you is like, I have to push forward. I have to push forward. I have to push forward. So I feel like maybe you're picking up a condition of what it was. And I feel this energy is coming at you, which I feel a condition from a parent or teacher that says, and I feel like it's an advice that, this is who you should be. And you're like, yes, how I chart my time. Have I done enough work today? And if you didn't, what do you do to yourself? when you feel like you didn't do enough? Do you understand what I'm saying? I feel like you have to step up and do a manly thing in a girl's world. I says, do you see what I'm feeling? Do you see what I'm feeling? It has to do with work. Now it's either work, where you're going on to the job, or you have to work at home, or it's about how you define work. Please let me know if this is making any sense. But I also feel like you got to police yourself. And if you do it wrong, do you have to punish yourself? But then again, I feel like you've been wearing depression, or you've been wearing this, you've been playing a part that others expect. No sense. Doesn't make no sense. You may not be ready for that. Spirit, give me more. Go down a different line. Spirit says, have you noticed how lofty energy is? How people act lofty? And it's going here, it's going there, and or you have to present yourself as that you're lofty, that you can do this. Does that make sense? To see, Spirit doesn't want to just give you information. If you can't hear it or not ready for that program, which Spirit says it's there, Spirit will redefine things. Okay? So if that's the case, I'm going to give you one more minute just because we were out of a line. Now, because of this lofty things, did you ever notice that when this is all happening, you're having communications with people, that there's this diminished feeling? They said you're getting used to beginning to understand that emotions are links. Okay. Now, in the game of life, do you feel that there's someone always blaming? Someone's blaming. So, somewhere in the conversation, there's always this blaming. And then there's this feeling that after a while, you're just like, oh, because the whole body part is like, here's going, oh, just, ugh. And it's like, I don't even talk. No, I don't want to do this anymore. So it's like you shut down, don't want to play. But it's also in the act of, I'm supposed to. This is what you're supposed to do. This is the drama. And you're waking up and realizing, wait a minute, you mean people do it differently? Yes. Well, how do I stop doing it with these people? Well, when you start to wake up from it, they're saying you'll start noticing habits. Yes, it makes you feel sick and reclusive. Yes, because there's a part of you that has to show up, constantly work, do it this way. But Jesus, it's tired. And if you don't show up and do it this way, there's a lot of condemning and punishing. See, again, that same information but I have to find the right words for you. Sean, when you're ready to pull out even that further, because you don't need to physically be sick, suffering is an option. One of the things here that I talk about is about healing. When you are ready, because you're waking up and you're rejecting out of your reality, you're saying, I don't want this anymore. I don't that, and you'll start to feel the urge. You'll start to feel the urge. You understand? And the urge is your spirit that you want something more. There's got to be more to life than this. To help you on that path, Spirit says, if you just start off, and if you can understand this, you take your left wrist, okay? You follow the thumb down to where it bends. Then you go 1, 2 fingers. The second finger is the one below. Yeah, I'm not flipping you off. You're going to take your thumb and you're going to place it there. Your finger's going to go here. Your thumb's going to be soft. You're going to wrap your 3 around and you're going to touch the top of your head and drop your hand. Now your hand's going to be on your forehead. And then you're going to sit there and you're going to go, yes, I don't like this. This makes me feel sick. I'm just a recluse. I don't want. Notice how you know you don't want that. You put that on the scale from 0 to 10. Okay, just sit there and sit there with this. And what happens is your body will begin to heal itself. This tool will help you tap into your innate wisdom. You're looking at how you know it, and you're going to stay there. And in a matter of a minute or two, you'll start to hold on. You'll start to have a little bit more clarity. You won't feel that, and you'll start to say, oh, that's an 8 maybe. Stay there. Keep going until it's 0. You want to take those emotions, whether they're somebody else's or they're yours, and you want it to calm down. So a memory can be a memory, and the emotions don't have to show up that way. So you don't have to keep producing that same emotion, because these emotions that go like this is what creates us to come in and out of existence. And if we have this magnetic energy that's stuck, it'll attract this people. And you're saying, I don't want this matrix anymore. I don't want this. You're waking up and saying, lights on, somebody's home. I don't want this. by healing out these little things, what's going to happen is that you're going to be able to change out the playing field. You're stepping into the quantum field. You're ready to heal even more. So that makes sense to you. Yes, I understand. Woo, great. All right. Now I feel better that you've got this. So we're now, hold on. I was going to do more 1 minutes, but I see someone is paid. Ah, Thor. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to give, hold on. Where'd my link go? I'm going to do a couple more 1 minutes and then I'll give Thor her thing. And I've got to find the right window. Oh boy. All right, just type you in, I guess. Just stick with me. If you really like what I'm saying, you can grow. You can do it in leaps and bounds, and you don't have to do it alone, people. You can learn to really help yourself grow in a way that you've never grown before. So I'm just going to take Brenda Bryant Johnson. Okay, oops. Yes. And we're going to give Brenda Bryant Johnson real quick. All right, so behaviors. And I said with yourself, others, well, you're beginning to notice that some behaviors hurt. Some behaviors that people have are like curses. Some behaviors are like, so tell me more. And they said, I seem to have an attraction factor. And this is the conditioning of what you used to when you were young. And you seem to, without knowing it, you're chasing it down because there's a part of you that wants to be loved. But you have to do what's familiar to you. So you start to chase down. And I says, tell me more. Well, it started when you're about 4 years old, 3.5, had to do with feeling like there's an engram, meaning everything feels the same. And you felt that you were compatible and incompatible all the time with relationships. But the one you recognized was somebody that was in charge and lofty. You don't want it as an adult, but you can't seem to resolve it out. And it creates a lot of anxiety. Oh, I got to go out there and do this. I got to do that. I want it. Your body says, I can't. So we got to get this congruency. So I want you to go R2S. R2S. Okay. And do it that way. Hold R2S, Brandy. And that is just in case that you're new, right wrist, follow the thumb at the crick, lay down 2 fingers. At the second finger, you put your thumb. And then you put your finger here in the palm, wrap your 3 around. Your thumb's going to be soft. Place it on the top, hand drop, let it touch your forehead and sit there and measure how you know it. And sit there until you, it'll start to, your body will do clarity, your body will calm down, the innate wisdom will begin to heal yourself. Okay? It really will. All right, I'm going to send off this, the thing off to Thor. We're going to go ahead to the next person while we get in there. And we're going to do Amy. Has to do being muddled. And I says, in which aspect? Your spirit is muddled, not the spirit, but the spirit of the 4 recipes of life. It is muddled because you're doing a particular habit over, and it's interfering with your physical aspect. And your physical body itself says there's too much excess energy, which causes you to have a magnetic deficiency. And I said, okay. And they said, you have a contract. You have one contract then, and I'm looking at how the prefrontal cortex is stuck in, this is how I have to do my life every day, and it's how I believe in lack. So they want your homework is to write down what is lack. They want you to notice that lack. I can't behave that way. Lack. Somebody else is doing it. Lack. They wouldn't love me if I did it my way. Lack. Whatever it is, work with spirit, because the contract is that you're supposed to suppress yourself. Look up the word suppressed and go from there. They said when you do, you'll be able to be ready to hold R1S, because you don't need to do that. Keep them around the homestead issue. Okay. All right. So when Thor's computer does what Thor's computer does, and then she'll be able to come in. So we're going to take Nancy. Write down what criticism is. Because okay, so this criticism has a lot to do with the stories. You have a story that just keeps repeating itself. And I said, what about it? It's connected to self-conscientious. What's the right way? What's the wrong way? So you're going to write down, what is the right way? in the right way of doing it, because it's connected into values, it's connected into beliefs, and it's connected into how other people have wrote the story for you. And as you begin to notice that you are finding and lining up to what is your truth, you're going to start noticing, I don't have to keep chasing down the right thing to do by what that person said, which is different than that person, and what that person said, which is different than that person. I'm going to find and align to my truth. I know how to line up to hell, but I'm going to dial it to line it up to me. And I can do it because it's important. I can do this because I can. So give yourself permission, tap on the here, and just say, I can. I give myself permission. Okay, that's what you're going to do. All righty, now we have Miss Thor. Oh, she's still getting on. We have no sound or no visual, but I can tell the video's open because I have half a screen. We'll give it a minute and see if she can click the buttons, do what she has to do, and see, whoops. Now I'm going to disappear altogether, guys. Hang in there. Hang in there. There we go. We'll wait until see if she gets connected. All right. Ah, thank you, Thor. She likes my hair. We're going to the next person. Oh, no, no. We have visual. We have, I think we have it. Yes. Do we? Do we not? Yay! We got her. Okay, now to get the mic. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, how are you?
Good, good, good. I can hear you. How can I help you, my dear?
Well, I had an issue with my, whatever source says I need help with. I've been doing a lot of self-doubt, but I have a renter who isn't paying, and I had a friend meet me down there yesterday because I locked him out and he had a fit, and he's just rude and disrespectful. And I don't know if I need to heal anything out there. I mean, I stood up for myself and he started getting tough, and I had my friend there just in case, because I've seen a lot of anger in this guy, and I just want to make sure that I handle that right. Or if I
Okay,
need
the answer. Did she handle it right? Yes. Was she in arrested development? No. I said she's learning how to overcome readjusting. And she's learning that the habits that she has to hold on to these bad experiences, she doesn't have to do anymore. So it's like what I had said earlier about I asked the person what they like, their favorite food. They said pizza. I said, what's your worst food? Spinach. I said, so why are you so focused on spinach? How about if we dial it so you can feel the alignment of your pizza? And it's the same thing when you start to align to who you are. Right now, you've got the pain of what it was. When I asked Spirit, tell me a little bit more about what's going on. Why did that man had to show up that way? And they said it was on your nerves, and it was there since 9 years old, about how these type of people you're just incompatible with. Ooh, see, this is connected to what the major issue you're doing now, not just with that person, but it's the incompatibility is right now. And I said, tell me more. And they said, it's always having to make sure you do the right thing. And you know you are, but everybody else says you're not. They don't get you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can see that.
So you've had to always, you've always had to, I feel like, again, I don't take offense, but I feel like you were the little runt that could, and it didn't matter where you were. I feel culture still comes in, and it's like 1, gender, 2, culture. And it's like you've had to be that squeaky wheel that says, help, help. But this time the squeaky wheel didn't get the attention. Whereas other people in other places, they can be the squeaky wheel and they get all the attention. You're like, but it ain't working for me. Nobody's giving me attention. Nobody's really helping me except for spanking my butt or telling me I'm not going to be able to grow up. Or why am I doing it that way? Why are you doing it so far out of the box, April? Why are you doing it? Do you understand? All I can see is just somebody is always, does this make sense? When I ask Spirit,
I think so. I think I'm learning how to stand up for myself and not let people be
Right.
rude to me and walk all over me. I don't have to do that.
Right. So we're going to take, and that's what you've been doing, is that you've been learning how to remove 2 masks. So just so people understand, our shadow self, people work with the shadow selves, people work with their inner child. But what you got to understand is that when life happens, because somebody don't like us, or we're telling us we're doing it the wrong way, or we come in and we're doing it our way, and they're just like, what the are you doing? And you're like, but this is the new way of doing it. Well, it's wrong. And you know it's not in your heart, but you have to readjust yourself. So what happens is the pain. So you'll put on the mask and you'll cover your heart, and the inner child doesn't really get to grow, and you have to wear these masks. Now you've had to put on these masks to be accepted. At the same time, you're like, but I have to show a whole new world. This is why I said you look like the runt. Okay. And they said these masks were to show I'm incompatible. I'm not doing it your way. Do you understand? Okay. But you're holding on. And I says, what do you want her to begin to do? And they said, her frontal lobe is what creates reality. And all she knows about that. And I said, what age are we looking at? 3 years old. Remember, when they're 3, you don't have any logical reason of why you would even think or act or do that. So the word that your little self is using is the word disgraced. And I says, tell me more. Well, it's a loss of reputation. So I did what I did. And so like, for instance, a person was in the army and they left the army in disgrace, dishonor. Somebody shamed you. You didn't follow the rules. Somebody shamed you, and then they took away, and they're ruining your reputation. Did you really do the act to which they say, or was the world telling? Like people back when
I get you. I don't know which it was, but I feel that it's right. I feel that.
Okay, so begin to notice. And it's now a battle. You have to see it. You have to see it. And I'm like, okay, so you're lined up to that. And they said, you even were chasing it down to prove a point, because you know that lofty energy is constantly telling you, and but you can't get off that moment. I said, where does she need to hold? They said, well, they need to work on her safety. She doesn't really feel safe. So do you feel safe doing what you do for a living?
With the dogs, yeah. Me and the dogs, yeah.
People, you and people, with the dogs. You and people.
For the most part, the ones that come to me, yes. A couple of years ago, I said I only want the ones that want to learn. Why I got this one, I'm learning.
Okay.
So,
Begin to notice you don't really feel safe when something bad happens, because it isn't about that you couldn't stop it or it was your fault that it was meant to take place, but other people made a big stink of it.
Right.
And they blew things out of proportion. Okay.
Yeah, I would cower and feel like I did wrong, and it's my fault. And I mean, the part of it that I have responsibility for is because I don't never want anybody to get hurt ever. But
exactly.
My job, that's probably an impossibility. I can keep it down to a very low amount, but
notice it's right now. Doesn't mean for the future. It just means now. But during this time, have you felt guilt tripping going off everywhere? You, them, everybody, guilt tripping. Blah, 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 blah.
Big time. Last couple of days been really bad.
And just notice, why is it that you have to be aligned up to this? And that is usually when we have to go into our authentic self and say, where is it I can unplug, that I don't need to play this game anymore? And this is where they're telling me that when you're done, you're going to hold R3S, because you grew up with the conditioning, and I feel it's a culture thing, that you had to do self-pity. Okay. And I said, could you tell me more? And now your little girl has said yes. And I said, okay, I'm waiting for her to go. She says, these people would feel disgraced or feel upset, and they would disgrace me. They would get so self-absorbed in their habits, their issues, their unhappiness, that they placed their troubles onto me. Then I would turn around and get into this self-pity too. And it was just, this is the game of how relationships were bonded. Thor, you're changing that. You don't want to bond that way anymore. You're like, I'm done with it. I'm pulling away from that matrix, but you can't quite, because you keep getting caught up into it. I said, how are we going to break it out? And they said, L2S. left wrist, second position, soft, because you have been doing that for so long that you know what it feels like to be overpowered. And it's like, oh, here we go again. I know you're feeling it. I can say, oh, even with we talk, and then the self-pity parties that everybody has and compare, it becomes a competition too. This is how we talk. This is how we deal. You're like, but I'm not on TV show. I don't want to play this game anymore. Begin to notice that the only last reserve when you do this is to go into self-preservation, which is to pull your ass out. You will go into the self-pity and you won't even know you're doing it. And then self-preservation is a force that we use on ourselves or with others to make us live. I think you know where I'm going. There's one particular time, divorce, losing a child. You may have felt like you thought you felt numb, but you drove yourself deeper into the language. And then when you didn't even know you were there, you used self-preservation to get yourself out. Your authentic self says, we got to take these masks off. We don't need them anymore. Ooh, very good. Keep going. And you're like, but I just want to reject this out of my reality.
Yeah.
Understand, the end result of shit that happened is going to stay there and magnetically draw this to you. Let's take this out now. You're ready to take it out now. It says, I just reject this out of my reality. I reject the fact that this is what's happened with my husband and my and now he's your ex. I reject this as happening with my son. I reject this as happening to me. I reject this as happened to the dogs. I reject it. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, it's been that way for the last couple of days. It's sometimes I don't want to wake up. I'm like, no, I don't want this to happen. I remember a time when my dog chased a cat. If you guys ever have dogs that are not social with cats, socialize them, because a cat ran across the
Road.
Well, it was in our yard and jumped through the wrought iron fence, and the dog chased it. The wrought iron didn't slow her down, and the oncoming car got her. And I watched her killed, and she was an awesome little dog. And I tell you what, that moment, if I could change that moment, and I felt like that the last couple of days. Yeah,
Exactly. And notice, you can't change that moment. You're trying. At that age, you were trying, and you rejected that of your reality, that you have to constantly see it.
Yeah.
With so much everybody in your space right now. It's the same thing. I can reject that the way people are treating me. If I just change this, you in this daily life right now, you're trying to change that moment in the past. If I just did one thing different.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I can't, but I know I can't go back. I can't.
Right. I want you to take the snapshot of if I reject this, I need you to notice how you're stuck right there. It changes all your decisions because my teeth hurt. My body is going into a physiology response. Where did my happy go? And I'm going nuts here. Oh, just hold that and hold that. Understand that's not your identity. That is not your identity. But notice how you know it. It's so real. You're lined up to that. Let me ask you, what's the opposite of that?
Joy.
So you said toy?
Joy and ease.
Joy. Yeah.
Joy and ease.
But how do you know that?
Because I do have that.
Aha. So how is it serving to hold onto this? I have to readjust. If I just change that one thing and I reject this out of reality, how does that serve?
They're together. They're connected. I can't change them. I mean, I don't know how to change them.
All right. What's the value in that of saying I can't change them? What's the value in that?
Well,
What's important in that?
None,
What's important into saying I can't change that?
I have no control.
Very good. How do you know that? What's important in that I have no control?
Because it's outside things that I can't control.
And how do you know that? And what's important in that?
Because there's other souls involved and I can't control other souls.
Oh, what's the importance of that?
that, I don't know how to say this, that everybody has their own journey and they were there.
What's
for
the
a reason.
importance of that?
It's not my fault.
Exactly. And what's the importance of that?
Take away a lot of pain.
Yeah, so joy can come in. So what was the importance of all of that hell to return you back to where?
My authentic self.
Yeah, love.
To know that I
Can you
just-
feel how you just shook your way out of that? You just changed
Yeah, I
that?
felt it.
I felt it too.
Feels
I begin
better.
to know you feel a little bit more at peace. It's like, wait a
Yeah.
minute. All right, you can take your hand down. And the question is that this is about why you couldn't readjust, is because your nerves couldn't take in that joy. And it couldn't take in that joy because it was all it was doing was focused and aligned over here. And it doesn't make any sense of why this hell had to happen. But you just proved to yourself. And now your nerves can come to a peace and understanding. But now you have to step up and go, what patterns of behavior or personality, the way I speak, the way I act, that I need to wake up to that keeps thinking I have to be aligned to this. It was a product of that moment. This is where you can step up and going, yeah, I'm going to look at what self-pity is. I'm going to look at, do I really need that? So in your heart, do you feel like it's okay to let that go instead of blame yourself? Do you need to
I want
continuously
to let
punish?
it go. Yeah, I want to let it
Exactly.
go. I wanna
And do you
move
need
on.
to continuously punish? Do you need to punish? No. Do you understand? You couldn't let that go. And so you had everybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry in your world keep showing up as these characters. You can let that go now.
Thank you.
Now, you have to allow love in. So I want you for yourself is I want you to feel the golden white light. Normally I would tell you to take it off and put it in your heart. I want you to just feel it actually open up, come down and illuminate your heart. Feel the silver and the gold. I want you to feel this. And how you'll know is all of a sudden, when you think of what's happening to you, the bad stuff that's happening to you, I want you to all notice that you can use your ability of just bringing joy. And when you do, you look at what's happening, all of these icky things, and I want you to notice that there's peace, and I want you to dial to peace. And when you do that, I want you to feel the heart, and I want you to feel the giggle, and I want you to know and believe, yes, I'm aligned up to a higher truth. Feel the giggle, allow it.
Now I
And when
just
you
have
do-
to
Say that
believe
again.
it. Now I just have to believe it.
Oh, but you know it's true because you already felt it.
I know.
You just went through. Do I have to
You
believe
know, my body does stupid things without my permission. 'cause
your
things
body
are in
holds
there.
all the stupid things we do to ourselves. We're giving ourselves permission to let it go. You're good. But notice,
Okay.
I want you to hold in and write down and witness how you allowed yourself to see the importance of holding on to that. Well, hold on.
Yeah.
It's like when you know what the dark is. Oh, yeah, I can understand it. Oh, the light. But then you're stuck in the dark and you want the light and you're like, ah. You're learning how to appreciate and love. And it's the same thing with, why did this? Hold on. Oh, shit, I'm learning how to respect.
I was
Feel
in
the
the
peace.
program. I was in the program that it's always going to be that way.
What do you think now?
It doesn't have to be.
Exactly. Because when you line up to that giggle, it just kind of parts everything. You don't have to zig and zag. They zig and zag. You can just drive straight through and it, like God Almighty, isn't it God Almighty? Where he's learning that he's God and he's like, oh, I'm going to drive this car fast. And all of a sudden, everybody got out of his way.
I didn't watch it. I'm bad. I don't watch TV. But
That's
and I
okay.
think
The point is to own that fact that you don't have, you're not the one that has to zig. You're not the one that has to zag. You're the one that can just go anywhere you want and it flows with you. Find the giggle. Because I know you hit that point when you're like, how is that important to hold that? You felt the shake. You felt how your body released it.
I did.
Now, you don't have to forgive myself. It is, shit, I just forgave myself. What does that mean? I can be more me. That's how you get to your authenticity, people. Here's a big thing. And if Miranda's here, mark the timestamp. Notice, part of your authenticity is when you start to release, when healing allows you to have the benefit of forgiveness for yourself and for others. It is within that space that when you realize that you forgave yourself, your authenticity, you begin to rise, you heal and rise. Maybe that's what I should call my new thing, heal and rise. There you go. There's your smile.
Thank you. I think he forgot to push the button, so I think
I did. That's
my
okay.
time's
I love
probably
you.
up, but
That's
thank
okay.
you.
I love you.
I'm glad I made it tonight. I didn't think I'd make it, so
Exactly.
I'm glad. You're awesome.
Thank you, Spirit. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And so are you, because you did the healing. You dug within yourself. I was just your guide.
Thank you for
Okay.
guiding me.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you.
Thanks. All right. Love you, hon. Bye.
I love you too. Bye.
You can have deeper meaning healing. You can wake up. Remember, that urge is going to be your first. And you can move mountains. And I will show you. I've done it. I have watched people in my path that have rised, heal and rised. And as you heal and rise, you're the phoenix. You're doing it on the quantum law of attraction field. You're not doing that anymore on just the law of attraction. You're in the quantum field. And I teach you how to see the quantum field. I teach you how to get into the innate. You have a foundation, and tribal is the foundation. Get to tribal. If you really want to learn, be, act, become more like this, what I do, understand it from this side of the veil, tribal is your thing, but it's what you put into it. I can only step up to the plate. Not only am I giving videos, but I'm doing vlogs. I'm showing people how to look at it differently. And when you start to really get this down and you start to move through those levels of awareness, you're going to reach a point that you're going to flip part of that consciousness and you will wake up even further and faster. And when you do that, you're going to go, oh, and then when you rise, you won't have that pain. I just had, Amy had a real revelation that this person that was staying in the eternal child is no more. And that how she needed people to show up, she doesn't need them to show up that way. She can show up as herself, and she's got this great confidence. And as she stands and she rises, she understands what friendship is now, deeper than she ever known it before. And the only way to do that is you have to experience it, not this, that, but it's in the integration. The wisdom is what makes you rise. It gives you the wings. It gives you the power to fly. Oh, you sent for a reading? Sorry, I didn't see that. You said you paid? You sent for a reading. What did you say? Because you have to pay a different way. Because sometimes people can't pay. Okay, so I will put it out there. If you can't use PayPal, there's a lot of people that have some issues with that. You have to contact me ahead of time so that when I give you this link, it takes a few days for it to process. And once it processes and gets in my account, then I can give you a reading on the show. So is that what you meant? Hey, Amber. Now remember, everybody that shared, your name still goes in the drawing. And when you have paid, your name goes into a drawing. And if you brought a friend, your name goes into a drawing. So we have different ways that we all can all progress. Okay, Ames, can I just finish the 1 minute and then I'll come over and then we can chit chat. So here we go. Jennifer says, another awesome show. I'll be doing my homework. Good. And rewatching the video for insights. Huge insights tonight. Thank you times a million. I wish everyone a wonderful night and many blessings and love to all. Yes. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. Sweet dreams. So I'm going to go over to my time stamper. Did I do Nancy Burke or didn't I? I forgot. Thank you, Ames. So I forgot. So my time stamper will let me know. I'll go to Amanda. Amanda, where did my happy go? You're starting to realize if you ask this question, begin to notice the action. Okay. And I said, what do you mean? Well, the action that where did my happy go? Something to do with lofty energy. Are you trying to get it back? Are you trying to hold the fort so no more happiness gets lost? And they're telling me that when you're ready, you'll notice that's a part of the self-preservation, that I've got to make sure I don't lose it anymore. And that means you're going to hold R3D. It's hooked part into that anxiety, but it's just a habit now. It's a habit that I have to do this. And if you can understand what I mean by it, then all of a sudden you'll notice that it's there that keeps you from being bold. And then yet you're doing your bold, but then it has a conflict. So just go in there and going, I'm doing self-preservation. I think it's going to get lost. Heal it out, because at the same time, you're also going to heal jealousy, or come back and hold that point, R3D, and heal jealousy. They're connected. Thank you, Miranda. We're going to go to Miss Crystal K. Crystal K. There's a certain amount, oh, hold on. Oh, for her son. Okay, yeah. Struggling with, okay. So she's asked me if I could do a reading for her son, and he's struggling at this point. So his emotions, okay, so what's happening is that the reason that he's, it's coming up because one, it's part of your dark night of the soul, it's part of what he's doing, it's part of anxiety. That to help him, yeah, he's doing a lot of normal, okay, because they're young, you can heal yourself. By holding yourself, you can say, I am, and then say your son's name, or you can have him learn, have him copy you because he was so young. Say, we're going to play a game. You know, you can do a little EFT, and I'm so angry, I can't get my way. You can just kind of, you know what the topic is, okay? Or there's fear, there's anger, whatever it is, have him copy you. You can say, okay. And if he needs a timeout and you're doing timeout, he says, okay, this is what we're going to do. When you're in timeout, you need to put your hand here. Now, and once you start doing that and you hold it for up to 2 minutes, then, or 3 minutes, because that's the age he is, it's a minute for how long they are. Then you can feel it. Tell me when you feel the and even if they're angry, you can talk to them about how the new healing tool, or how the new rewards and punishment tool, what do you call it? Discipline that you could do. Okay, because they're saying he needs to get his energy, his body's going into fight, flight, freeze. If you could get him to breathe. So copy mama, hold your breath. Okay, or okay, here we go. And we'll let all the air out this time, and then we're going to hold our breath. Hold your breath. You can play with him before he goes into those stages. If you kind of watch the pattern, you're helping his body, or because you want that autonomic nervous system not to go into the sympathetic mode of fight, flight, fear. You can say, oh, let's sing a song. As soon as, let's say you're noticing the pattern, pick a song that's funny, or you can just start dancing and you just call it a distraction, but just start getting him to sing. Not just you, but getting him to sing. Why? Because there's a part that's going to cause this vibration that tricks the autonomic nervous system not to have to go there. Yeah, do you want that one? Okay, so for those people that have that, but also an adult, you may have to do it too, so you can change it. Okay, is that I want you to take your fingers and you press on them lightly, but you press on them just enough that you see a pattern. Don't gouge your eyes. Not saying that. Lightly touch, but press just enough so you see patterns. And then you're going to breathe in and out. Okay. And then you're going to take your hand and you're going to tap on both sides of your brain. You can do it like this. You can do it separately. Okay. There's like 3 different ways of doing this. Okay. Or, once you got that part down, then you can find your K27s, follow the bone, get to the tip, slide into the soft point. And then you can hold it like this. Remember, you do both sides of the head, and you can tap like this, or you can find the fear point and you tap a little harder because you got to get these hands to tap that. But you're creating a tsunami in the brain, and you're creating a disruption in the way that the thymus is like, yeah, oh, okay. This is a big one. I haven't talked about it much, but you can switch the brain not into having to behave a certain way. Gotcha? All right. Thank you very much. We will go on to the next person once I figure out why the screen did that. Gotcha. Here we go. All right, now we're going to go to MJ. MJ. Okay, here we go. There's a complex issue according to this, to be or not to be. When you want to be yourself, you want to do it without masks. That means you're vulnerable, but there's no pain. But you haven't learned that. You have to put the mask on because you feel vulnerable. And so you're stuck in this readjusting phase. And you're strong, but you're helpless. And so you have a conflict of the two sides of yourself. And your body says, I want to be whole again. But I don't know how to, because there's this erratic behavior. I don't know if it's you or them, but there's an emotion that seems to be there. I said, are you ready to get that out? They said, yes. Hold the left wrist, second position, down 2 fingers, push your thumb in deep, and sit there. And just kind of focus on what I said. Get those feelings. Get it first if you want. Get those feelings, get those pictures. And they said, notice that there's a habit. You just kind of go there, and that's a habit. And they said, they want you to wake up from having that habit. You don't need that anymore. Oh, good. Crystal got all the stuff. Good. But there's a lot that you can do. You can have them do Wayne Cook. You can have them do this. Just an OMG it. There's lots you can do. But if you can get the body to not go there, or even if it's there, the singing, just something, because that's why screaming, they can't walk, they can't stomp their feet. Walking is great to calm down that anxiety. Go for a walk. That's another thing you can do. All right, hold on, Kelly. Oh, she wrote something. Let me see. Oh, okay. So she knows what her topic is, and I'm going to keep it discreet. So I want you to get into that feeling. Notice how you know that. And you're going to hold R3D because your body is forcing you to want to go into self-preservation. So it's going to make you do behaviors and talk a certain way that you don't want to do. That's going to disrupt your pattern because you're moving forward is this healer. But this thing that you know is starting to, okay. Oops. Oh, Brenda, what the hell are you doing? Okay. Cat's cleared leak. I love myself. But it's the awkwardness that's telling you that you have to behave a certain way. And they said you can start removing that awkwardness as well. So they want you to go to R2D. Okay, because you're like, I'm going to feel attacked. I know what it feels like attack. I know they're going to do that to revenge. And I feel awkward. Self-loathing. That's a big one. That's a big one. And just something that's prior to that impending doom is that you don't know how to self-regulate yourself. And this other person doesn't either. And you know how they behave when they don't know how to self-regulate or self-soothe. And you've watched it. So they said, if you start healing that inside of you, which is, left wrist, second position, soft. Okay. Look at the scenarios. You've seen it before. Okay. Begin to heal this out. And I'm really looking at this word impending doom. And I asked, is it invading? And they said, actually, yes. But I said, do we want to heal that? And they said, well, it goes a little bit deeper because you got paranoia. You have to get rid of the paranoia because it's R2S, R2S, R2S. Buttons, and more buttons. Anybody in the room wants a 1 minute real quick? We can do that. And then we will go on to working and communicating with Amy. We're done with those, Oh, Mark, Mr. Mark. All right, so your body is saying that you're working with what's love unreceived. You haven't been able to self-regulate or self-soothe. You just know how to solve it by taking action, acting a certain being. And when you feel like it's unreceived, it just gets exacerbated. Now, they're saying they want you to hold R2D because the reason all of that behavior happens is because you don't know what to do with the panic. You never did. So they're saying that you're ready to help heal that inner child and that they said hold R2D. Okay. As you begin to hold R2D, I want you to feel that panic. Slowly bring it in because it's already there. It's already present, but you got to look at it. You have to look at it. Very important. You have to look at it. And they want you to notice that the karma balancing is getting ready. You're getting ready to just balance the karma. And it's like, I don't need that behavior and that identity anymore. And when you realize that you don't need to keep that, and you got to kind of keep them around, or I'm going to die, or I got to keep this behavior, or I'm going to die, that person's got to stay, or I'm going to die, then you're going to hold R1S. Okay. And you're going to address those individually if you have to. All right, Mark, here you go. Now, I believe that's everybody on the wait list. Look into the room. Good. Yep. Hi, Brandy. Yep. I gave one. Pilly for herself. Good job. Thank you. Pilly. Whoops. Pilly for herself. Miss Pilly. Here we go. You're learning. You are learning. No, it was installed in you. It was installed in you to learn to exert your power. And there's a part of you that's like, no. But yes, no. And I feel like a conflict. As I'm looking at the nerves, it says it's very habitual that you want to run from. It's like, I can feel like, hey, I don't want to do it. Let Pilly do it. And then Pilly's like, hey, I don't want to do it. Oh, but I have to do it. I don't understand that chain. Maybe you do. But then there's like, if I stop that progress, I'm going to get heartache. And I said, what do you mean by that? Well, it's because I'm really bashful. I just want to avoid. And I said, are you ready to heal the avoid? And they go, well, I just feel, it's like when I go to punch, it's like lighter than a feather. I just don't know if I have the strength to do that. And I said, what, strength to heal that? And he said, yes. And I said, so that's why you avoid. So you had lost the strength to having to do that to which they asked, or to what you're asking of yourself. Yes, makes sense. So they said, when you're ready, you're going to hold L1S, Pilly, and you're going to learn how to heal out having to do something out of sympathy, having to do something because somebody has pushed it or said something. You can feel how, yeah, I don't want to do it. And because of that avoid, it makes people want you to do that for them. So heal that out, because it's an installed button you're ready to release. Okay. Anybody else in the room, or anybody else? Let's go like that. I'm going to check over here. That's good. I will go ahead and give Amy the link once I find my link. And we will go to, nope. Oh, heck, I know where to find her. Just go this route. Paste it. Now, I'm going to have to visit the little girl's room, and then we will be able to continue. So I'll be right back. There we go. Alrighty. So, ready, Ames? Oh, it's been a good day. You guys got daylight savings time, and I'm just curious of those that are remaining. If you're in United States or Canada, would you like the show an hour earlier? Or, because I always wanted to try to have it after supper because it's early for me, but I'm trying to figure out a better way, because when this, when you have your daylight savings, I'm either going to have to jump ahead another hour, or if I can stay the same. We'll see. We will see. Hi, darling. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How about you?
Good, good, good. So I just have a quick question before we go on. I just asked the audience if they like, because you guys got daylight savings coming up. And I don't know what time I come on or what time I will be coming on.
If you came on at the same, if you stayed, because you're coming on at what, noon now, right?
Noon, yeah, I'm changing and that's okay. It's just that I'm thinking if you guys wanted an hour early, there's an opportunity here where I can actually stay where it is and you just have to find me by, I'm
Because
assuming,
that would be 7:30 Central Time.
right, because now you're moving backwards.
Yep, we're gonna jump back. I think it's November 4th.
Right, and so what time do I come on now?
8:30 my time, Central Time.
So if you didn't like that, it could be 7:30. It could be,
Mhm.
or I could go jump back, stay the same, even though you move back, then it'd be like 6:30? Or did I just make your mind go boom?
No, okay. So if you stayed at noon your time,
Mhm.
when we fall back, it would actually start at 7:30 my time.
Right. So is that going to be better or worse for everybody? Because you're in mountain time right now, or what
No,
is it
I'm
now?
in Central.
She's in central. So I don't know. I'd like some opinions, because it just seems weird that I'm getting later and later. Like it'd be 1 o'clock if I switched it. No, I'm okay with switching. Okay, Crystal, okay, so it's 9:30 now. All right,
So it would
so
be 8. So it would be actually better for the people in Eastern
aha,
Standard Time.
there, that might be why I may end up staying at my time. You just have to all come find me.
Well, I think we will. Well, come here, little one.
I'm looking, hey, I think when we may have to figure this out, give it a little more thought. I mean, I have a chart up here and because it would be normally, to see, this is even gonna screw up tribal too, but we'll figure it out.
No, because you stayed at same time at tribal.
Yeah. But
Tribal.
anyway,
We'll figure it out after the show.
exactly. Okay, so my dear, you've paid. Hello, Lillian. All right. What would you like? Oh, before we go any further, let's talk about this. The reason why it's always important to talk about this is because growth within this movement, this awakening, is something where people are not used to hearing.
Oh.
You've been with me for 3 years, and we've had some turbulence, okay? But you now, I love your epiphanies you're getting, but you now, we have to do a backtrack. Okay, you always had to show up a certain way. You kind of were eternal child. People always had to show up that way for you, that they're going to take care of you or be there and love you. And you're kind of scared and moving out in the world, whatever it is. I mean, this is not the hot seat. This is not burning her. This is helping her see that now she, hey, she's a great friend. That's not the problem. But now your friendship of information, or how you define friendship, is totally not the same. How do you know this? Tell me what you know. How do you saw it before? How you did it? Whatever. Let's dig.
Okay. How I saw it before was they had to make me happy.
And see, she wasn't going out, oh, you have to make me happy. This was a normalcy of what ego did, was that she lived outside herself going, oh, I need happiness. Hi, how you doing? Oh, and then they gave you that. Is that correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, totally different than somebody saying, oh, you got to make me happy. That's not what we're saying.
No, it was more, I needed people in my space. In fact, today I noticed that somebody left a group chat that I have, and then I noticed that they unfriended me. But I didn't notice that until I went through and unfriended a whole bunch of people that I had no clue who the F they were.
I have a ton of those, but that's okay.
It was like, how do I know you? And then if I, the name kind of sounded familiar, I go in, oh, that's from back, 3, 4, 10 years ago. And I'm like, okay, we can get rid of that person. And then I think there were like 5 of them that were dead. And I'm like, I had like 11,135 friends. And I am now down to like 900.
and the thing is when you know, and for me, I'm just supposed to learn the differences and grades and different levels of what it means to be socializing, social intelligence, social emotional intelligence. What is a friend? What is this best friend thing? What is this? What is that? And when people come up to you and have their standards of living about what a friend is, and they tell you that you're not living up to it, they can shoot you. And you're like, okay, cancel, clear, delete. Wrong choice of words. And then it's like, wait, what? So I understand why I have all mine. Some are just in the background, some of it doesn't matter, or somebody will come out of nowhere. So how do you know? Okay, so you look and you're like, oh God. So you're reclaiming, you're doing these things out, but you weren't hurt by. Now, how close were you to this person?
I talk to this person every day except for the weekends, probably, 6, 8 months, something like that.
Okay.
Oh, to Brandy, it's 2 hours and 23 minutes. Her timestamp is what she's asking about.
Okay, so I was just looking. Friends now around me are people that I really want to be good. That's what we're doing. This is the frequency gaps since January. Yes, it has made such a big difference. The frequency gaps are like, they're a game changer. It was, you either had to come in a line or let go of, because you're changing your shit out. You're no longer gonna be that old personality. You can't be in a line with those type of frequency. It's like when you're trying to talk to the dead, but you can't see them, but they can see and hear you. You know, things were just switching all over the place. But a friend that you really were, you were close to, you couldn't live without. They were, you know, when things get tough, the tough gets going, and they were there for you. You know, so the definition of friendship, the definition that, you know, you have to have someone's back, definition. But what changed? A lot of healing, but what changed?
A lot of healing, and the fact that I'm not showing up the same way that I did.
Well, how do you know, and what does that mean?
I'm showing up as my authentic self, and that made her think that I didn't love her.
Okay, so your authentic self was more your nature of who you are, what you believed, how you believed it, who you want to be, everything, and there was no challenge. You're just being you. But that bothered this other person to the point that, and how do you know? And how did, because I don't know if they know, but how did you know?
I know because just the way that the last time she contacted me, it was like something that she told me, something that you wouldn't normally tell somebody that you had done. And I'm like, I need to know this. Why?
So here's the question. Here's the question. If you wouldn't have been your authentic self, would you have ate that up alive? Would you have had a different conversation? Would you have?
Yeah, there would have been a different conversation, and I wouldn't have gone, that's kind of gross.
Right. But being that more yourself, you really could feel that you were not aligned to this, to what it was. And you would have been before, because you guys were bonded in that way, but you're not bonding in that way. So as that information came across, it came across as that you weren't connecting.
No. And it was like, I love you and be happy. Be happy.
Okay, so if you could say that, could they say that to you?
I did get a text that she said she could see my growth and that she was very proud of me, but I could also feel the hurt in her words.
Yes, this is what happens when a lot of couples come to the road, and it's like, do we grow together or do we grow apart? How we grew together isn't that bond, that cord that is gone. And a new cord needs to be laid. But if that new cord can't be laid, then it'll be a tug of war energy game. And when you've come to terms of saying, wait a minute, this is me and I love you, and the other person says, yes, I agree, but I just can't be the friend, this is where it starts to fall away. Now, there's so many different ways of breaking up with somebody, and there's so many ways of taking offense to it. But at the same time, one of the things that, okay, so that happened, that's fine. You're like, holy crap, wow. It felt so different because you, if it would happen 6 months ago, you would have been crushed. You would have been this. How do we prove that?
I would be able to be sitting here on camera. There would be no way in hell I would be sitting here.
Okay, so now you know that, and you knew that.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know it's different? How?
It's just all of the growth that I've done, all of the healing, and it's like, I don't have that urge or that need for people to placate to me the way I did a few months back.
So you lived outside, you were looking through your face, living outside, all that energy was happening. And now you had these rules and standards, and now you're inside you going, I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, I don't need
that role of that person no longer is there because that old version of you doesn't exist.
No.
And then I saw something, what was it, a meme about friendship or something? I can't remember.
I do. It's a word search, and the daily one. It was the daily one from yesterday, or no, it was yesterday or today's. I can't remember, but it was you can wish for friends, but it takes time for the friendship or something.
Was it on your page, my page? Where was it?
It was my page.
Home page or?
In my, yeah, my.
Oh, we'd miss. Oh my God. Yeah, here. I misspelled your name. I'm going, yeah, that's funny as heck.
It's okay. Good. It takes a little getting used to.
Oh, here we go. Aristotle said, wishing to be friends is quick work, but friendship is a slow ripening fruit. And I was like, yeah, it is, because me and you knew we were supposed to be together and talk and hang. And then that whole frequency gap occurred, and I had to watch my friend leave. And then cleanup crew, all of this, everything's changing, all of these personalities, all of these habits, all of these, and you went aside and you grew. And then spirit brought us back together. But I kept saying, we can't just rush into it. We have to take it at this pace. And as we did, we slowly began to ripen to the point where is usually when you break up and you don't have trust with a relationship, you never get that back. But now I can really say that's not true.
No, that's not true.
You heal your shit, it's done and dusted, you start fresh and new, and you don't hold grudges, and you don't hurt each other, and you don't go out to fill that intolerance tube. And I have to say my growth is that I will stand the test of time if you let me, but if you throw me under the bus, can't stand me, whatever, there's nothing I can do when you let me go.
No, there isn't.
Nothing I can do about that. Some people, you just know you're supposed to come back in line with, and some people you're not, and you love them and you wish them well. Whether they hate you and continue, that's their issue, that's their problem. That is not on you. You can learn to forgive yourself, forgive them, and move forward and hold that space for them. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
But building that relationship is very important. And you had an epiphany about that. You could feel that. You were like, oh.
It was the night before last, because I go to bed really late. So it was probably 6 o'clock in the morning. And I had this dream where I was in this house, and it was a house actually down the street that I remember from my childhood. And we were cleaning it up, and Brenda was there and her husband, Alan, and there were a couple other people. And I actually got to give Brenda a hug. And as we hugged, we looked at each other and said, did you feel that? It was like this electricity.
You just knew that was aligned.
it was, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps right now. It was like, and I'm like, I wonder if I actually did like astro travel and go give you a hug.
In certain strings of theory, yes. But in this particular timeline, you were saying that you're welcoming home those aspects of you that you never thought you could ever achieve. I represented that one part of yourself. My husband represented another part of you. And you're able to bond. Now, I may be real and over here, but at the same time, you know that distance has nothing to do.
It doesn't.
And when you can really hone in onto that aspect that's higher self of you, yes, I have self-proclaimed that that's what the definition. If I asked her what one word to describe it, that's normally how I ask you. But I want her to understand it is her higher spiritual self.
And the word that I would say would be love.
And you have finally allowed you to love yourself. To create that moment. I mean, I can have it. I don't have to go outside. No. I mean, it's here. Yes. To the point when she woke up and the person that she was so cling to is not there.
And I texted you earlier. I'm like, she unfriended me.
And
I was actually laughing about it. I'm like, it didn't hurt. I didn't have any twing. I'm like, oh, wow.
And you can break up with somebody without having pain? What?
Yeah, exactly. It was like, okay.
You just wish them well, and then you know that the journey that they're going to be on. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom of words. And we can help people understand there's growth, there's growth, there's growth. Can anybody see her growth? Can anybody notice that she is not the same Amy back in January? It's totally not.
No,
you know,
my God, no.
And this isn't faking it. This is her. This is her new energy field. Okay. All right. So here, what can I help you with, my friend?
Whatever.
Okay. So Spirit is telling me that there's something to do with the words blaming. When I look at that, they're telling me that in an auditory sense, there is a timbre. When you begin to hear like the timbre, let's see, hold on. I'm just redefining things here. It's the tone, it's the quality, it's the perceived sound, it's the timbre. And I know there's more to it than that, but in this timbre, I'm getting that there's an incompatibility. And I said, when you hear this, like in frequency tone, they said, well, you can hear the installed button. And I said, when was it installed? 5 years old. And it's how the outside would blame and curse me. Oh, so you just pulled up my memory.
Yeah, it has to do with my biggest brother, my oldest brother.
Okay. And at that point, did you feel like you had to put a mask on so that you could show that you behaved well? So they said, if you're ready, you hold L2D, because you did not know how to handle that exertion of power of that moment, get the snapshot of, because you kind of threw you off that the person that you loved would actually treat you that way. And as you're doing this, begin to notice that it became a relationship of love as being a weapon. But it's because you had the mask on. And you said, treat me this way because I don't know how to deal with this. And so you let them define the relationship. So now you have been in readjustment mode for so long that you don't know how to trust the higher self, Amy. You know not to trust the situation because you're waking up to it. You're also looking and going, shit, I was a learned helplessness, but I don't want that anymore. Here we go. Notice the readjustment. Notice that I had to be the, no, remove, transcend, and let it go. Stop and realign it up. You don't have to readjust. Line it up to what Amy has the answers. Line it up to the Amy that has the answers. Aim me. And all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I no longer need to feel discouraged because I was scared at that moment when that happened so long ago. But I have the courage to say, oh, I get it. This is how my response was. But now I'm going to take my power back. I'm going to dial into Amy, the more stronger Amy, the happier, higher conscious Amy. And I'm going to take out that readjustment in the relationship and just let it go. Remove, transcend, let it go. Because I don't need to have cues. You be lofty and I have to behave. I'm going to take out that readjustment. It's like taking a part out of that doesn't belong there. And as you do, you notice that the rest of it fits now. It's good for you, but maybe not for them. But the habit of that you had to show up a certain way, you're like, no, I don't have to. You don't have to fight it. You're just going to stand up as you. You're going to heal and rise. You're not even going into worried mode like you used to. There you go. Now begin to notice that your body is passive on the deal. If I said, where would the energy of that little girl contracted the energy in, you will be able to see that your frontal lobe said, oh, I survived this. I got to do it this way. And notice that you can find the installed button. If you said, okay, body, where did I install that learned helplessness? And that I had to keep playing the story out over and over. Where?
Spin.
Say it again.
It's in the spin.
Ah.
It's in the flip and spin.
Okay, now, do you need to have that? Look at the control panel and say, oh, shit, I'm going to take and uninstall. There's the eject button. You're going to install the spin, and you're going to break it, crush it, and then you're going to install joy. When that happens, you can stay in your connection, your axis, and you can stay in your joy, and you get to hold your power. And you don't have to put the mask on. You don't have to play readjust anymore. Because that button is not there. You took it out. And when they start throwing a tantrum, you see that you're not losing power. It is literally how I worked with my ex. When I healed that out, it didn't matter what they did. I didn't have to take the twangs, feel the installed buttons. I could just stand there and go, yeah, you're done. And then you can get up and walk away. Now, you just changed, and I don't feel like it's there. Do you check? You check. Is it there anymore?
No, because as soon as I said it, it disappeared. Because
Exactly.
I started spinning, and then it disappeared.
Excellent. Now, notice how you've known when somebody on the other side of you was, ah! And you would be what? What would you have done?
I would have placated to them. I would have readjusted so that I could make them happy.
And that's what we call love. Well, that was one side of how we defined it.
So that I wouldn't get in trouble.
Exactly. And now, how do you feel knowing that they can throw a tantrum and you're not going into automatic response, going into the OCD, going into the
The feeling of joy and peace.
And you can see that they don't have the strength anymore, where they were, they're actually, I'm melting, and they literally know they don't have control anymore.
Yeah,
that's the only way I know how to explain it, but maybe you have different
it's like he went from like this, like that.
Good. And you know that you don't have to take it in or take it on, correct?
Correct.
And what does it feel inside?
Like there's more room.
Ooh, and
it's just the sense of it's calm. And my head's not spinning, which it has been for like the last 3 days on and off.
You feel
I wasn't exactly sure what it was, but I kind of think it was them trying to get in without them actually knowing that they were trying.
Right. And that's the thing. We didn't have a healthy boundary. So when they would throw their shit because they're at their house, this is why it's none of our business, but it is our business because we don't understand energy and we can read it, we can feel it because we're constantly one. So we have bubbles that are constantly hitting up. And if we don't want to participate and we haven't learned how to put healthy boundaries up or heal our aura, it's going to feel like shards. It's going to feel like you can feel the invasion. You can feel how your body's responding. It's doing all these things.
Mm-hmm.
But notice that as you found peace within the nerves
Mm-hmm.
and you can feel it, you're like, no, thank you.
Yeah, it was like, wow.
See, this is the part that it's hard to explain to people. I'm so glad somebody else is there.
Hard. And no, we have to cancel that.
Yeah, I can't cancel because we have the words.
We have the words. It's just to bring them into English. That's what
yes, so that they can have the experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so that they can start believing, so they can see this is what a way shower and way seer does. So
Yeah,
you're learning how to recode from another perspective. Be proud of that.
It was like being on pins. Okay, like being on pins and needles, and feeling those pins and needles all the time.
Yep.
To no pins and needles. It's like it's just it's smooth. It's just okay.
Peace.
I can deal with their bullshit.
Right. See, before you couldn't and you were dialed into that, but now you've dialed into because I've experienced and healed, which the benefit is that I can actually feel it and then I can believe it. It's not always that you have to believe it and then see it. You can have a feeling of calmness that says remember and then believe so you can see it. So good job.
Thanks. Kitten says hi, everybody.
Hello, kitten. So just be proud of that. You're reading code more and more every day, like this movement is saying you can.
Mm-hmm.
So you're proof that I know that this works. I know.
Yeah, and it's like this other teacher that I had, I'm still kind of, I look at her and I'm like, okay, let's close that door.
It doesn't make sense to you anymore.
No,
because you're not ego anymore. You're a spiritual human, and what you're hearing sounds like bullshittery, or you can hear how to some degree that they're using guilt and shame in that ego aspect, or how they're what's usually the hypocritical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're starting to see, and it's not that they don't have any good stuff. It's just, wow. Number one, I'm not in a line. Two, I really am not in that level of consciousness. And three, it's okay.
Yeah. And at first it was like, oh, I gotta learn everything she knows. And now it's like, okay, she's taught me everything that she can teach me. And it's time to close that door and find the next one.
Exactly. Good job. Good job. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow on Tribal. I'm excited. And I'm assuming it's still, these time changes gonna, no, I can't scale. Thank you, Spirit, for showing me how to do it. All right. I will talk to you later. And thank you very much for coming on and witnessing and sharing so that people can see and we can all grow together. Okay. And thank you for finding some words. That helps. All right.
Welcome. Talk to you later.
Bye, hon. So, Amber, I see that you're in the room. You wanted 1 minute. Lillian. So she's starting a new job in November. Okay. So Lillian, hopefully you're here. Timer. Oh. So what we've got here, you heard them. You're moving into, I don't know, I don't feel like it's corporate, but that's the word they're using. There's a lofty energy that's around this new job. Okay. And there's something about overtime hopelessness. So you're bringing baggage from something else into this space. So the signature of this business or wherever you're working, it sounds familiar, but they said this is where you can learn to release some old addictive habits. And I said, really? They said, yes, certain addictive behaviors, so it's like the association game. Mark, Marco Polo, you behave this way. Oh, I have to behave that way. And you're going to start watching it and seeing it. And it's like, oh, I have to do something because this is it. They're saying, if you're ready to heal this, you start, and you know what I'm talking about, you can actually jump ahead of this business, of this job, and hold R3S, because your body's going into alarm. So there's a part of you that does this anticipation before, and it starts to kick your ass in the past, but you can nip it in the bud and say, yeah, I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. Okay, so Amber, you get your 1 minute, darling. All right. Unrequited love. They're pointing in that story because it's like the energy then says hysterical. Okay, so it's not, is it good, bad, and different? It's more about how when people readjust, make you readjust. It's a way. So what comes at you to make you do it? Making you feel irrelevant. They're telling you can't behave that way, and you feel that you become petrified. So when you start to feel that, it's like, where's the love that's supposed to love me? You can't feel that love because of those three things. And I said, well, how do we want to heal those out? They said, hold R3S, because it's tapping in one of the 6 S's, which is security. And the security in this is that you feel like, I don't know the difference between judgment and discernment when I get into those 3 feelings. And I said, okay, that makes sense. And they said there's self-pity and guilt tripping that throws you in the corner of excuses and reasonings to lock you back into that old behavior. And you have to readjust. You're the one that has to readjust so you can get love. And they said, but if you start working on yourself, R3S, you're going to make a major difference there, Amber. Okay? Amber. Emily, hey, would you like a reading? Have I read you before, Emily? I can't remember. Ooh, so you're going into old habits. She says that she just had an argument with somebody in the family. And what happens then is that old habits come up. So what that means is, don't look at it as this is happening. Wow, my soul has did this. So he would raise his hand to show up this way. And I need to see my patterns. So I'm going to take advantage of this and heal this emotional baggage out so that I can become more self-actualized, more self-realized, so I can grow. Hey, Emily. Okay, wonderful. They're saying inappropriate, and there's something to do with love. Like, I'm not getting the love back. Why is it I love and they can't love me? But there's something about inappropriate. When I look a little bit further, it is weird because your nerves are tattling on you. And are you in a warning? No. Your nerves are saying we have to readjust because the people that I want in my space are very much really, oh, thank you, Miranda, are much more ego. So I feel, oh, dizziness, holy shit. Your body is like trying to decide whether it should be ego or spirit. So do you have the urge to, there's got to be something more out there because your body's like going, oh, okay. Yes, I am. And so then there's accusing, and in relationships, there's this accusing. This is the old pattern of how relationships are supposed to be. But you're waking up going, yeah, I don't think I need to do this. Your body says it's ready, but it doesn't know how because it feels very alarmish at this point. So I would tell you R3S, right wrist, third position, nice and soft, finger in the palm, wrap around, hand on the head, and drop the hand. Sit there and feel like, oh, I'm not sure how to do this next part in a relationship. Ah. Remember to measure it. Okay. Now we're going to go on with April. If there's nobody else in the room, I think I got everybody. If not, let me know. So the first one we're going to do is April. Yeah, not surprised about the time. So Miss April, hold on. There was something very particular that she wrote. I have to find it. That's not it. And we're getting closer. Can't stop this. Hammer time. Oh, that's what's wrong with my head. Interesting. Whatever spirit says. But okay, so I woke up Sunday. So very confusion of the time. If you listen to the beginning of the show, you can understand the gate portal is happening there. The throat issue and losing your voice, not speaking your truth. That's also the gate portal. This is part of that changing. Like I said, we feel chesty and stuff. Listen to the beginning of the show. You might have already had the answer. Okay, now we're going to go to whatever Spirit wants. And Spirit is saying that it has to do with you moving into. So now I'm at your job right now, and you're doing and you're growing and you really are making your vision reality. You're really working the quantum law of attraction, and you can see it. Now, the action. Now, what's interesting, I'm watching go along, but I'm watching the corner of my eye. I feel like it's my right side, that somebody's watching you do this action. And I said, okay. And they said, this is very old, because it's sitting in the sacrum area. And it's about the second part of your sacrum. And it feels like you're cursed. How dare you to go and do the thing I told you can't be done? How dare you do the very thing that I said that I'm warning you about? How dare you? Now, I feel like you've always felt like you had to outgrow other people's parameters of you. And so you feel like this chase. Now I'm going to ask, what is this chase? Self. You had to leave yourself behind so everybody else lives. But you right now are the dog that the gate was left open and you're running free, man. You're that sunflower that says, there's the sun. And you know how to be the sun, and you know how to do this. But that part of your body, now I'm just going to ask, what part of the body are you referring to? It's the way that the governing meridian is coming up over to protect your governing self. So you don't know how to really govern yourself. You're doing it, but there's that slight part that says, I can't because someone's supposed to govern me. That is what they want you to heal. They want you to hold L2S, because there will be thoughts or feelings, I think more feelings than anything, from the sacral area. And again, you're learning really how to listen to the body messenger, and you're learning that I don't have to readjust. So as you're looking and you have to readjust, because this is the impending doom, this is all of this, and you already know what you want. I need you to dial it out of that and dial into where you're at. Dial into where you're at and what you want. So take every part of you that feels like, now they said the best way to do this, as I said, that when the body starts saying, you hear things, your body actually hears it as a tone. So it's the tonality. Okay, April, you better, oh yeah, you're funny. The tone. Like when you pick up a text and you're reading it, you're like, well, that was rude. And then you go back later, oh, that was my tone, not theirs. So these are old filters, these are old things. And they said, but your body is acting like it's holding the tone. And it says that, oh, I have to govern. Oh, you're like, no, I'm taking back. So notice that the tone is out. Here's what you want. This is out. I want you to dial yourself as you're over here. Half of your body's here, half of you, the consciousness, is here. I want you to see if you can take all of your body and everything and dial it out of the hell and into the whole. So when this comes up, you will find that you have alignment. And you're like, so if I said to you, which feels better? Movement or standing still? Standing still. Okay, good. So you're lining up. If I said to you, the picture you're looking at, is it too dark or is it too light? And you're like, oh, it's too dark. I'm going to make it lighter. Oh yeah, that feels better. So you're learning how to readjust. So you're taking how the body is saying, and I want you to say, okay, body, I can feel it. I'm just going to line up to where it feels good. Yes. Okay. So you're going to line up. And you're going to notice that if it's not about the body, it's the body, how the body does feedback. The body does feedback to time, to the environment. Okay. So when your nerves are saying that the energy that's in the space that communicates, it's not necessarily something solid, but it's in the communication process. They said that you have an installed button that has to do with how the outside has wrote how you're supposed to live. Again, lining up and changing your tune. Now, there's another set. When you start to do this and you're intentionally moving these cog pieces around, they want you to hold L2S, because there's a part of you that feels like you're under pressure to have to be this. And at the same time, you feel like you have to make indecisive feelings in order to keep you there. So those are your clues. We'll go a little bit further. And they said that if you were to line up to being you somehow have an energy that's in the body that's magnetically attracting you to see, hey, you did out of line, and you'll see it, you'll hear it. Oh, okay. And this feeling here is what that needs to be addressed. And they said L2D. L2D. They said it's related to how you used to feel the lack of power and they would know it. And so then they would come at you because they knew that you had the lack of power. So you're going to line up. But it's not here, but it's the program inside that says, I can't feel comfortable. I can't feel confident. I can't feel. And I said, so she's got this going on. We talked about, yes, I do. Yes, I do. But the body, now the body's beginning to hurt. And I said, well, how do you want her to work on it? If she were to hold L2S, she can learn how the body doesn't know how to self-regulate, because it's like, oh, I can't. Something bad's going to happen. I can't because I don't know how. I can't. They said L2S, because it's you really have got to learn. And what they're saying is that is at the top or the bottom. The bottom discernment, the bottom diamond, you're at the point, you're at the peaks now. You're starting to really fine tune these. And I said, okay. They said, you feel incompatible. And the thing is now I don't want you to think that you is like, oh, if I line up to this, that means that these people are going to hurt me. No. You're incompatible with lofty energy. And you're like, yeah, I don't want that in my space anymore. The program that's in here, and those are the points I told you to heal out so they can start moving those out. But we have to fix the electromagnetic energy to which you attract. It's out of balance. It's like the gyroscope's out. So you're going to put in on a piece of paper that you feel awkward and that you can't trust, and invading energies. Now, this is the unseen energies that we don't know that we're being controlled by or with. It's not psychic attacks. You're going to put them on a piece of paper. You're going to place it on your chest or your belly button. It's up to you. I think maybe the belly button, because it's the diamond bottom, or bottom's diamond. And then you're going to go and listen to what I just said, and it's going to be all that is. You're going to learn to uncreate and destory all that is. And as you're going to do it, just remember to do the 4 breaths. So that means you're going to learn how to tap from here to here. Okay. And then because the tapping is up and down, don't have to be hard. And then you're going to do 2 rounds of that based on each breath. So it's breathe in and hold, and then you tap twice, and then you let it out, hold breath, tap again twice. And then you go, lift off, come back. And then you're going to lift off, come back, and then you're going to be normal. Now, and sometimes you have to do this 4 times because you're breathing in and you're breathing out, and you're going to find that rhythm. Now, they're telling me how many times you have to do that repulsion compatibility is at least 4 times, because your body's saying, oh my God, it's a curse. Oh my God, I can feel it. Oh my God. But if you were to, and I feel like there's something else I need to have you written on that piece of paper, and that just put the word engram, ENGRAM, and spirit will know what that is. And it's like is alike. So everything's alike. So if this is, if everybody's going to be against you, so then it'll look in the blue, it'll look like in a flower, like everything equals that. Okay. So I don't think Teresa's here. In that case, I'm going to just check one more time. Teresa, are you here? And if you're not, Teresa, you were gifted from April a pay it forward. She gifted you a pay it forward. So if I'm looking for Teresa P, Miss TP, all right. So I'll just give it a second because sometimes the time delay, but otherwise we will begin to address this. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this. We're getting something out of it. We can learn a lot. And that's what we're doing. We're here to help you grow. Just remember, start joining Tribe if you want to learn how to level up your awarenesses, how to learn about awareness, how to become something other than what ego tells you. You can really change who you are. And you can do it for the benefit of you. You can really move mountains. That's what you want to do. And if your urge is there and you can't shake this feeling that you're different than everybody else now, you're not alone. Come to the tribe, come and learn. There is a cost though. That one's not free. All right, Miss TP. Build. Okay, expectancies, or she is? Okay. So I feel like you're doing expectancies. You know that you're learning how things are getting to show up. And all of a sudden it looked like I had no teeth for a second. It was weird. But they said in order for you to really get there. Now, this whole framework underneath my rib cage is hurting. Things are stuck. Ooh. And that's, I think, where you're holding it. Oh, there's something about being timid or shy. And I said, tell me more. And they said, wrong book. Oh, all right. So I can bring up my heavy duty book. Just play around, even a voice. There's a disconnection. All right. Tell me what the disconnection is. Your potential hydrogen levels are due to an injury, a physical injury, and microbes of energy are what's throwing it off. So it's causing a disconnect for the innate to repair. All right, so you're going to put everything I just said on a piece of paper, and you're going to do those tapping and breathings like I just demonstrated. But you're also going to take, and you're going to notice that the body, how do I feel safe? Because your sacrum is like really off. They're going to the lumbars too, and at 5. And they said the nerves are supposed to go down, the durometers down to dermatones that are going down to the legs are off. And they said that you are so used to readjusting. And I would listen to the show because the readjusting, we've had many people working on it tonight. It's hooked into, oh, I have to readjust. So as soon as you start to feel overtime hopelessness, you start to readjust. Or you start to use that reasoning and excusing, that conversation in your head. They said, wake up and start beginning to hear those voices or those thoughts or those stories that are looking to be resolved. When you start to do that and you start to break it down, you're going to notice that you start to feel awkward. They said, do it with mental health, do it with spiritual health, do it with self-care. Look at the topic. Find out some of the stories. When you start to feel awkward, they want you to hold R3S because your safety, which is that first chakra, is that bottom part of your sacrum. You don't feel safe. And I says, so is it a primal need? Not yes. So your nature of how you came in, you're supposed to feel this. You're supposed to have the primal need that, yeah, it feels good. You're okay. You feel safe. You never really felt that. And I said, when? About 2 days after you're born. And I said, tell me more. And they said, well, the cat feels safe. And it's been a cycle. They're showing me the dark night of the soul. And it's a spiritual issue. So on your 4 recipes, the 4 ingredients to make a recipe of life, the spiritual aspect of this is that you are disconnected from the sky. Oh, so this is why I went through this. You're disconnected from the sky. So what's the percentage is? She's about 24% connected, and which means the magnetic fields in the body are going to throw the body so far off. You're going to have issues on your nerves, the dermatones. You're missing your magnetic fields. Okay. Is there anything to remove? Okay. So now we're going to take another piece of paper or put on the same one. I think maybe separate. And you're going to take on that piece of paper and you're going to put sky or Father Sky. You're going to put something. It's to do with representing as above, so below. But just like Earth, it's solid. I want you to look at the sky. So that's going to be where you're going to use your intent. Then you're going to take that and you want to put it, they said, it doesn't matter. Thymus is fine. And you're going to think about how that connection is repulsed. And the same thing with lofty. Because the energy of, like we say, oh, look up, that's God. Oh, we this and that. We have a wrong connotation that throws it off. So you're going to put on that piece of paper lofty as well. Ready? You're going to tap from here to there. And you, just like I've watched, just watch the previous thing. And you're going to just breathe and let it out. They're telling me they want you to do that. They want you to do at least 5 sets. And you're going to start noticing when the body, the energies start to run backwards because the polarity, your main polarity fuse is going to be off. And they said to take care of that. All right. Wow, we're going to do some major healing here. Once you've done all the tapping and all of this, it's called the switch. Sometimes the fuse in the brain, you need to change the fuse. Like in the fuse box, you need to change the fuse. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your 2 fingers and you're going to place them over your eyes and you're going to press in lightly to the point where you see some patterns. And you're breathing in and out. Now, I always take this extra step. So if your part was in the middle, so you can represent both sides. Okay. Again, see it. You can even do this. Okay. You can also then, after you've done that, it still goes along with it. Find your collarbone, find the tip, fall in the hole, and these little soft points. One hand over like this. Remember, it's about the connection. And you do that several rounds. Or in this case, I want you to find the gamut point at the top right there. And you're going to do this. Whatever rhythm you feel, you do that several rounds. You should only have to do it once to change the switch, the fuse that's there, so that the brain and the brain and the body are like, hold on, we got full ignition now. We got the fuse has changed. Yeah, because I'm starting to feel actually better. I didn't even do it full round. All right. Now let's see what else before we go any further. Now, when it comes to your pet business, whatever that is that you're choosing to do, they want you to hold R3D because you like to check out and do self-preservation at the same time of doing your job, which keeps you from your purpose. So this is just an automatic response that comes in, gets in the way. So checked out. What are they going to think of me? Da, 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 da. You check out, but at the same time, your body does self-preservation and just, whew. Hey, Teresa, this is your reading. So you'll pop, you're like, when you're self-preservation, I can't do this. I'm going to be fearful of this, but your mouth is still talking and you have all of this fighting going on. They said they really want you to do R3S because your alarm is going off. And then they want you to do R1S because you're trying to keep yourself in the same position and not move. Okay. R1S is for that last one. Teresa, April has gifted you, Miss April Lynn has gifted you a reading. And so I just finished with it. Okay. So Miranda, the timestamper, we put it up on the, so you can see the timestamper. It's where do you need to go. So I'm glad we got to that last part. Oh, I know. I figured you were resting, but I just thought, I held out to the end. But there's your timestamp right there. And some healing, some growing, and keep me posted. Remember to witness, who am I? What am I feeling physically, mentally, emotionally? Because you're getting ready to move one of your spiritual issues that's causing your physical experiences. And so once you've started to work with the tools I just gave you, it may be a turnaround that's quick, or it could be that you may have to do it again. But either way, you're going to have to, now I'm going to have to put up the gate where you have to rub certain parts of your gate. So you're going to, that's what I'm going to have to do. Miranda, if you could remind me that I have to put up the healing tools, I have to put the innate gate points to go with your pulse and compatibility. I need to get that upgraded. Okay. All right, we're doing good. Anybody else in the room that wanted a quick read before I leave? If not, we're good. I appreciate all of you being here listening to this, and I could be wherever it is with your evening or morning. Tomorrow is Tribe. What is tomorrow going to be? It's going to be about soul coaching. We're going to do some really deep healings. We might start working on the disassociation factor that we do when it comes to some stuff that throws us off key, which I'm assuming now that they said this, I better go and make sure I have all the details. But we're going to do some deep healing. Okay. And if you're in Tribe, read the blog so you can start to wake up faster. That's what they're there for. And you guys are great. Question, anything else I can do about heat in the apartment besides talking to the universe and spirit for the right mechanic? Well, if you listen to the reading, I think that might actually solve it. Because why is it the heat is so far off and why is it happening to you? Is it just represents that you have no control. And I think part of the reading and the healing you're going to do is going to give you some sense of control. And if we were to say, Spirit, how can she get back that control? They say you got to stop depriving yourself so other people will be happy, or they'll leave you alone, or that you can feel like you can breathe. They said R2D that. Stop depriving. Okay. And you're learning to have a voice. But notice that you also don't have control. So lack of control and depriving, R2D. Okay. Keep healing. Love you very much. You guys are great. And we will have the show next week. And those that are in tribe, we will have a good day. And I've got to do an energy update. Just remind myself. So look forward to that video. All right. We will talk to you later. And resolve to evolve. Heal instead of deal. Remember, I can heal that. Oh, shoot. I'm in doubt. I need to heal it out. And happy healing. And always do your best to stay blessed. Okay? I can figure out how to do this. Bye.